Hey, what kind of lust is that? So sometimes these mushriks, I call them comedians. Yeah, that is the reason why I call them comedians. And I think now it is making sense to most of you all that why I call these guys clowns and comedians. Just listen to the joke.
And one of the scholars of Hadith say, when you enter your house, your spouse, your righteous wife from this dunya, or the one that Allah will give you in the akhirah, will be there before you. And the first time you see her, you know, once says for 40 years you'll be stuck like that, like oi, oi, oi.
What baffles me is when they narrate to their audience. Like these guys, they are supposed to be stand-up comedians. Yes. The confidence in what they stand there to in front of the on the podium and tell their people is what baffles me. Like seriously. 40 years. You stand just amazed about a woman in paradise. 40 years. So you have nothing to do. And you heard him say one hadith scholar said that, right? And he takes that. They don't care about what the prophet said. These people are just hypocrites and liars, telling you, oh, we obey the prophet. No, it's a lie. If these guys obey the prophet, if the hadith is saying the prophet married a 6-year-old girl, they will readily be all doing it. I don't see them doing it. They say we are following his sunnah. Come on. Oh yeah, follow it. Yeah, peace, Muhammad. I see you. I say, is there a reason you don't recite the Quran the way we were taught? Is there a reason you don't recite the Quran the way we were taught? Yes, there is a reason. Yes, there is a reason. It is a reason whereby it is not stipulated to us by the prophet or by God. Actually, in the advent of the Quran, with the prophet, there's nothing called Tajweed. There's nothing there's no correlation between saying that you have to recite the Quran based on Tajweed. No, it doesn't exist. It was an innovation. It was invented, right? Imagine the prophet who come to the people and he's talking to the people and he's singing. They will be like, what is wrong with this guy? Just imagine, do you think it's an Indian movie that the prophet will just come to the people? No. So that's why he says, Rasulun min Allah, yatlu, sufa mutahara, recite. When you are reciting something from your memory, it's like you're talking, even though you don't have something in your hand. You recite it, not singing. So when even they say Qira'atul Qur'an, Qira'a, it means reading. Qira'a doesn't necessarily mean to sing in a monotonous way. Of course, when the prophet was asked to get up in the night, God says, وَرَتِّلِ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا. That is in the night, when he gets up to do his night salat. That's when he was told to do the tartil Quran. And that rattal that you are doing, that is why when you go to listen to the singing of the Quran, that singing that you see they use the monotonous way, the hymning of the Quran, we call it murattil. Then the one who does it is the murattal, right? So this murattil, this recitation, that type of recitation in a monotonous way, it doesn't necessitate that it has to be based on the rules that the scholars of the Sunnis have set down, which is the Tajweed. They are saying you have to follow the grammatical instance of pronunciation. So let me give an example. So for instance, based on the rule they've applied, if you are reading the Quran, I'm going to give you an example. The Quran is Kitab Mubin, Quran in Mubin. It's a clear Arabic language, Lisanun Arabiyyun Mubin. Now, the reason why God is distinguishing that by mentioning the word Mubin, there is a reason. That is why the Quran, unlike the Quran, you cannot compare any Arabic dialect to the Quran, because the Quranic Arabic is unique on its own. The clarity in Arabic language of the Quran, let me show you how it works. You see, when you are reading the Quran, In the Arabian language rule, when they are speaking or they are writing, they don't usually, when they are reading from a writing, they don't usually pronounce the last ending, the letter at the end. So let me give you an example on the screen, right? So you understand what I'm saying before we move on the topic. So let's take the Quran, chapter 75, verse 19. Chapter 75, verse 19. I'm going to put it on the screen. I just want to show you a practical example so you understand what is going on. And that is why when foreign people are approaching the Quran, they might be perplexed about these concepts. So let's take Quran chapter 75, verse 19. If you start reading from 75, 16 downwards. Okay, let's me use 16 downwards. So let's use 16. 75, 16. God says, La tuharrak bihi lisa'anaka lita'ajala. Bihi is bihi, but when you are doing the tartil, you, according to the Tajweed rules they have implemented for us, you have to say La tuharrak bihi lisa'anaka lita'ajala bih. So when you say bih, you don't mention the he at the end. It seems to me you are concealing something, because somebody who doesn't understand Arabic very well might not know there is he at the end, unless he can access the text and see that, oh, there is a how bil kasra there, which actually shows he, which is a masculine pronoun ending with the case, to show you that is the subject matter is talking about the Quran, the book being read. Then you go to verse 17, it says, Inna alayna jam'ahu. Then it says, Wa Qur'anahu. But if you are reading by the rules of the Tajweed, when you say Qur'ana, you stop. You don't say Qur'anahu. No. Now, these are rules they implement. And this is why when you take the Quran, those diacritic marks are there to signify what is being meant there. And this is how come the sectarians can use that power they've exerted to twist the words of God in their favor. So you take, for instance, you continue to 18. فَإِذَا قَرَأْنَاهُ فَاتَّبِعْ قُرْآنَهُ. But you see, when you are reading it in according to the rules that they have given for reading, you are not supposed to be mentioning the who at the end. But yet, case God is letting us understand that the Quran is mubin. Nothing is left out. It gives you clarity, right? So what happened is the Arabic grammatical rules, which was invented way after the advent of the Quran, the grammatical rules, I keep telling people, is only there to help aid you to just understand some concepts in the Quran, but it doesn't 100% determine the context of the words of God. So last time I was giving the example on TikTok that your mom might not have gone to school to study grammar. But when your mom gives you an instruction in your own language, in your own dialect, in your own whatever language you speak, when your mom gives you an instruction, do you really need your mom to put it in a grammatical order for you to follow the instructions? No. If you want her to put it in a grammatical order, by that time she will have used the sandals to give you dirty slaps. You see the slippers that they use? You understand? You already get the flow of what the person is saying. Are you getting the point? And this is why many a times you find out that the spoken languages are way different from the written languages. Now, going to the example I'm giving you, then you go chapter 75, verse 19. It says, Thumma inna alayna bayanahu. But when you are reading it according to the grammatical rules, the bayanahu, the who at the end, you don't mention. You say, Thumma inna alayna bayana. Then you stop. It seems to me something is being played with here. If you ask anybody who invented this rule, people are confused. And God keeps telling us in his own wisdom, do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. You need to investigate, question things, ask questions, right? Who made it that rule? Who made it that binding? Look, let me tell you what the prophet didn't have authority to even do. Quran chapter 10, verse 15. In Quran chapter 10, verse 15, this is what God says. He says, وَإِذَا تُتُلَ عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتُنَا بَيِّنَاتٍ. Then he says, قَالَ الَّذِينَ لَا يَرْجُونَ لِقَاءَنَا. Then he says, أَتِي بِقُرْآنِ غَيْرِ هَذَا أَوْ بَدِّلْهُ. Now, if I'm following the Tajweed rule, I will only say, آتي بقرآن غير هذا أو بدل, and stop. I will say badil and stop there. I don't need to say badil who. So Baba Shuaib, I don't follow any grammatical rules. Like sorry, I don't follow the Tajweed or Tajbush. I don't follow those rules. First of all, the Prophet didn't stipulate those rules for us to follow. And this is why, for people who know me back in Ghana, I've been to madrasa, right? I've been to madrasa. I've sat in the classroom, one belonging to Shia, one belonging to Sunnah. I've been in the classroom. I wasn't a weak student. I was part of the very, if you mention the first three best students, I'm always part of it. My classmates who were in the classroom with me, some of them are still watching me. They will testify to that. But I put all those nonsense away. I'm not going to use anything I was taught back then for any of my previous teachers to say, oh, I was the one who taught him how to read like this. No. You will not even get that because I paid for it. It wasn't free of charge. But I'm not using any of that nonsense. So this is why when I sit down to pronounce the words as it is, like reading and talking, they hate it when they see me reciting the Quran or reading the Quran. They don't like it because I don't follow the rules of that they have stipulated. So that they will say, okay, yeah, we are in charge of him. We taught him how to recite it this way. No. No. They will never get me on that. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. Rifi, is it Rifi 143? I appreciate the gift. It's a hippo character stands idle whilst his new and most powerful body attachments do their thing, with the word up in the background. Hippo, yes. Thank you very much. Let me see. I'm missing something here, right? Yeah, Bedouinka, what do you need to understand is, look, I have the manuscripts, attachment manuscripts of the Quran here, right? I can just show you a snippet. For those who normally join my TikTok live stream, I used to show them the listing. You see how big it is? Do you see how big it is? Okay. Now, you know the oldest Quranic manuscript being found is the one from the Birmingham, which is dated back to the time of the Prophet, right? But it's based on the timeline and the group of people using it. Till date, they haven't yet found the exact copy the Prophet had it in the hands yet, but they have the timeline. They can trace it back to the timeline it came from. So it evolves through time and memorial. And I want to show you something. It is based on the people who are using it at a particular timeline. They have the text on how they write it. Now, somebody will say the diacritic marks which appears on top of the verses, why are they there? And is that it is based on, because the Quran is for mankind. So it is based on a particular zone. The Quran appears, it has to be written for those people to understand. When an Arabian is reading the Quran, because it is his language, he doesn't actually need a diacritic mark when he's writing. Listen and listen carefully. When an Arabian is writing the text, he doesn't need a diacritic mark to know what the text are saying. So I used this practical example on TikTok last time. I don't know if I can do it now. I'll show you something. Let me see if I can do it here. And I give an example, a practical example, right? I want to make an example here. So let's use this as an example. Yeah, guys, I want to give you an example here. So we take this, take this, take this, take this. Just a second, guys. I want to show you something. So let me share the screen. I share the screen here to show you something here. Yeah, guys, I hope you can see the screen, right? Okay, if you can see the screen, this is what I want to do. You see, for an English person who knows English comprehension and English grammar, this is how it works. I want to show you something. Yeah, salam to all those who are joining now. You're welcome. I'm going to talk about Ramadan, so you wait a bit. Now, you see, for those who understand English, who can speak English, who know English grammar, who know English, who knows English, who understand, this is here. Come and have a seat. This is what I wrote. But you see, it takes somebody who understands English very well. He doesn't need to see the vowels to understand what is missing. Somebody who really, really understands English. Yes, peace to you. I see you, propagator. For all those who are joining on TikTok, you're all welcome. I see you, the house of the Qur'an. Salam to all of you. Somebody who really understands English doesn't need to see the vowels to understand what is being meant by this sentence. So come and have a seat, right? Okay. If you give the same sentence like this to somebody who really doesn't understand English, he will struggle. He might not know what is missing. But somebody who really understands English doesn't need the vowels. He knows already. Same goes with an Arabian dealing with the text of the Quran. He doesn't actually need a diacritic mark to know what is there. Are you getting my point here? So that based on the timeline of the Quran, based on the time zone and the timeline, we have particular time zones where people didn't actually need a diacritic mark on the text. Yes. So this is why I'm telling people, when you want to approach the Quran, please, first of all, analyze the context of the statement God is saying in the Quran. Don't 100% stress on the grammatical rules. The grammatical rules were only applied later on, after the advent of the Quran was revealed. There's nowhere Prophet Muhammad came to the people and say, hey, come, I want to teach you Ihrab. I want to teach you Nahu. I want to teach you context. I want to teach you, what is a noun? What is no? God already knows all this. But what I'm saying is, if your mom or your dad wants to give you a statement or a speech, your mom or dad does not need to follow a grammatical rule. As long as they can pass their message to you and you can understand, they don't need to follow it, because grammatical rules are only there to help a person to learn something. Understand what I'm saying? Grammatical rules are only there to help a person to learn something. Because without a structure, you cannot learn if you are a foreigner. A native doesn't need a structure of the language to learn a language. Please pay attention to what I'm saying. If you are a native of a language, a speaking person in a particular native language, You don't need any grammatical rules to understand your own language. You grow up from birth, your parents will be speaking to you, your families will be speaking to you. Look, this is why you can have people who are born British, but when they go to the classroom, they suck at understanding English grammar. You can see somebody who is an Arabian, but when he goes to the classroom to learn Fusha, he sucks at following the grammatical rules. Are you following what I'm saying here? Okay. The real mischievous sniper. The book is not just there randomly that you can get to. Don't worry. I'll make it. I'll see how that can be. It was given. Yes, somebody, Sealed Joe is saying Spanish kids in America fail Spanish class at school. Yes, of course. So I'm going to show you this example so you understand what I'm saying. Oh, sorry. Let's go with this. So this manuscript I have of the Quran is dated since the Birmingham copy. You see it here? And it goes down till our generation. It goes down till our generation. It changes through time and based on the location, the geographical location, this manuscript is found based on the timeline. This is how it goes. And then one consistency about this manuscript can be traced to the Hafs version. The copy they have given it the name Hafs. That is the manuscript. The scripts you see here are consistent with the Hafs version, right? Mm-hmm. You see how it is? So through time immemorial, all the manuscripts which are found, you will see that they don't have the diacritic marks. Do you see it? They don't have it, right? Based on the timeline and the location. It is only when the message gets to the people who don't really understand Arabic, they are the ones who have to be dependent on the diacritic marks to understand what the message was saying. And this book is too heavy. You need to be going to the gym to hold this book. It's too heavy. So it goes, if I say I'm going to open all the pages, I'll be sweating here. So let me skip to just give you the idea of what I'm saying. I'm skipping the pages till I get to the I hope you can see from here. So let me tilt the camera a bit downwards instead of lifting it up. So like this. Then I'm just skipping a lot of pages. I've skipped because of time. I don't want to waste my time only opening this. But I've shown this on TikTok before, right? So yeah. So it went through stages, then it started having the diacritic marks. Those diacritic marks, based on the history, when you read, I have the other one which tells you the history on the location. It is based on the location. When that location is not full of Arabian people, or let's say African people, and now they are being taught, then it has to have the diacritic marks so that they can pronounce what is what and which is which. Hello, are you with me? Okay. So this is how it changes through time till it gets to our own timeline. You see? Thanks to my dear brother Seydou Nuhu, right? My dear brother Seydou Nuhu, it was at his workplace. One old man wanted to throw this away. Can you imagine? He wanted to throw it away. A Finnish man who wanted to throw this away. And this man, this brother of mine from Ghana, who happens to know that I'm well invested in the Quran, he's like, no way, this might be something Baba Shrike might need. So let me get it for him. And he actually called me and said, hey man, I'm bringing you something special. I swear to God, the first day he brought it to me, I had shivers in my skin. Seriously, because I had that in mind. I wanted to get access. I was thinking of one day going to the museum in UK to actually access the Quran myself. And then I have a shortcut here. It's amazing, right? So this is the second one, which explains everything in English about the manuscripts I just showed you. The whole lot of everything is here. The history is here. It gives you every minute's detail of the manuscripts based on the timeline and the location and how it changes through time. The text remained consistent. The diacritic marks started coming on later on, just to help the geographical location of the people in a particular zone who might not have the skill to understand Arabic language that well. So they have to have the diacritic marks to know. Okay, let's go. So, yeah. Yeah, so thank you for all those, to all those who are joining now. I appreciate your presence. I see you. Is it Doki Lebi? Is it Tehi Song from Bole? Yeah, you're welcome, my brother from Ghana. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate all of you. God bless you all. Ramadan Mubarak to all of you. Blessed Ramadan. Now, so ladies and gentlemen, what I want you to understand is try to get a moon tracker. There's an app. You can download app, whether you are using iPhone, you are using Android. Download what we call Moon Tracker. Are you getting the point? Download what we call a moon tracker. You can track the phases of the moon, and and this is something which has been used since during the Stone Age eras. You can download something we call the phases of the moon. Then you know when the new moon is going to start developing the crescent. So the new moon was actually yesterday. It started loading the waxing crescents from today. So the waxing crescent of today, which is 1%, can only be spotted by a telescope. No naked eye can see that waxing crescent of Wednesday, right? No naked eye can see that. Usually your naked eye will be able to see it from Thursday. Like today, Thursday, you might be able to see it with your eyes. Yes, because then it will go from 2%, 3% to 4%. You will only be able, but however, we are in the age where you can track the moon with your app, and it's almost 100% accurate. I can't really tell you it's 100%. Remember, I can't tell you the moon tracker is 100%. It depending on the moon tracker you are downloading. but I can tell you it's highly accurate. I've used it through the Advent about 3-4 years, and I've seen the consistency. I've used the app to track the moon, and I was able to spot the moon with my own eyes for the past 4 years. People who are closer to me in Finland will tell you that, right? So the moon tracker is highly accurate. But try to download the one which works with the GPS, the navigation system. It will tell you the location of the moon. It will tell you where it is. The idea of the moon, for you to see the crescent, then you start counting from that. But now we have an app that you can use to track that. There is an app. You can use it to track the phases of the moon and the location of the moon and to know. So if we have to technically count the count of month of Ramadan, today marks the first day. It's first day. If we have to technically count, it's 1 on the calendar. It has to be 1. But then if we have to deal with having the evidence of seeing the proof of that, witnessing the month, then yes, you have to wait till today to see the crescent before you start fasting. Yes, so let's go. When we say the month of Ramadan, you see many of times you have people who are saying Ramadan is in the month of September. How? How is it in the month of September? Because the last time I checked, the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, was not using a Gregorian calendar. No. Then again, you have people who tell you that, oh, the Hijri calendar, the one you are using, since it's created by Umar, really? The Prophet himself was using a lunar calendar. You are listening to stories confusing you, telling you, look, let me tell you something. The first month of the Hijri calendar is Muharram. I gave a lecture on that. I have videos that I gave a lecture on this subject concerning the month, how the month got their names. Muharram, we have Zulhijjah, we have Ramadan. God mentioned the month of Ramadan because it's already there. It's already on the calendar. But now people will start telling you that the Hijri calendar was only created 17 AH. Then they will say by Khalifa Umar. Who is telling you these stories to confuse you? Go and check in your current calendar. When was the fight of Badr fought? The fight of Badr. Go and check in your calendar. The fight of Badr, the battle of Badr, it was fought on the 17th of Ramadan, 2nd year after Hijr. Listen carefully. It was fought on the 17th of Ramadan, the month of Ramadan, 2nd year after Hijr. Now you are making people tell you that, oh, Umar invented the calendar. If you ask them, which year did Umar establish the calendar? They will say Hijr calendar on the 17th year after Hijr. Hello? The Battle of Badr was fought on the 2nd year after Hijr. You are now telling us Umar invented the calendar and it was in the 17th year after Hijr. Please, where is the consistency here? So for the Quran alone followers who go to take these trash stories and read and say, oh, Umar was the one who invented this. So then which one did the Prophet use? So here, look. This is the AI is going to help you to understand the confusion between the doctrines you are reading and thinking that that statement you are reading is correct. So now, I'm asked the AI, how consistent is it with the Prophet's actual timeline? Consistent in method. Same lunar months, same moon sighting principles, same sequence, same religious timing. Example, Ramadan and Hajj. So if you say Umar was the one who invented the Hijri calendar, listen carefully. I was asking the AI, so how consistent is it with the Prophet's actual timeline? It is consistent in the same lunar months, which means the same lunar months the Prophet used, Muharram being the first, Zulhijjah being the last. Listen carefully. Muharram is the first month of the calendar, Zulhijjah being the last month of the calendar. The Prophet used the same. But out of your foolishness, you are reading stories which are confusing your narrative, telling you that Umar invented the Hijri calendar. And they will tell you it is invented. We are following the Sunni calendar. You are bozus. Now I'm telling you, some of you can be the Quran because you are claiming it, but you are bozus. Do you think God wants to make the religion difficult for you to go? You are confused. You don't know where to go. Somebody was even inboxing me and saying, we are in the 12th month of Islamic calendar. Hello? Hey, where? 12th month, where? Where did you get that nonsense from? He said Ramadan is the 12th month. Some people will say Ramadan is in September. Oh my God. Guys, what is wrong with you? Seriously. God is clearly telling you in the Quran, the month of Ramadan is the month in which the Quran was revealed. Out of your foolishness, you are just there confusing yourselves. Oh, Ramadan means scorching. So it has to be by season. This is how they assume. It has to be by, Muharram, is it a season? Zulhijjah, is it a season of the weather? No, Muharram, is it a season of the weather? So who told you Hijri calendar is based on full seasons? Just because we have Rabiul Awwal, Jumad al-Awwal? Oh my God. What is wrong with you people? Please, after I finish this lecture, I'll open the phone lines. I dare some of you confused Quran alone followers bringing on your shithole thinking. Come and face the correctional office. I'll open the phone line. I want people to see how confused you guys are. Those saying Ramadan is in September, those saying Ramadan is the 12th month. Oh my God. I want to know which calendar you guys are using. Come, correctional officer is here. Don't worry, I'll open the phone lines. Don't worry. So when we say Ramadan here, we are talking about Shahru Ramadan, the month where we practice the abstinence. So he says, abstain from eating, drinking, and lust, meaning lust after your women. So abstaining from drinking, which we love the most, abstaining from eating, you love it the most. You see these three things you are abstaining yourself from. These are the three most powerful things that a human being cannot do without. You see these three things God is abstaining you from, chapter 2, verse 187. They are the three most powerful things the human being cannot do without. If it comes to merrymaking, the human being cannot also do without these three things God abstaining you from. This is what summarizes the human being's entertainment. Look, when we are having a merrymaking, we have to eat and drink. And the top notch, the man and the woman has to go, the husband and wife have to go inside to have fun. That is the top notch of merrymaking for human beings. Those three things we cannot live without. God has to test you through that with your faith. So he says, abstain from that for a limited number of time, just to see how you can hold yourself. Imagine seeing the food you love the most and you are told you cannot eat. You have to wait till night time. That is why some people go and hide in the kitchen and eat. In Africa, there is something they call this kettle, the buta. Zabuta. When I hear your name, Buta, that is what I remember. This Buta, that is when somebody will put drink inside the Buta or Coca-Cola and drink, thinking he's doing God whilst he's doing himself. So when we are talking about the month of Ramadan, we are talking about a month which is dedicated to the Quran, because chapter 2, verse 185, it is a month whereby the Quran was revealed as a guidance for mankind. So we dedicate that month to God and to the, being pious. So Quran chapter 2 verse 183, God is clearly telling you why he prescribed the siyam, the abstinence for you. Yes. Kutiba alaykum siyam kama kutiba ala allazina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. The only reason why God prescribed the siyam for you is so that you may attain piousness. And in order to attain piousness, you have the book of God revealed in that month to help you attain that piousness. That is the Quran. So when we say abstinence, an act of or practice of refraining from or indulging an appetite, whether it's appetite for food, for drink, or for sex, you abstain from that. That is what God is testing you for. It's a test, by the way. Now, Quran chapter 2, verse 183, all you who believe, the abstinence is prescribed to you as it was prescribed to those before you, so that you may become pious. Right? Now, when you go to 185, this is where the command concerning citing the crescent comes into play. It says, Shahru Ramadan allazi unzila fihi al-Qur'an hudan lin-nas. It's telling you the month of Ramadan is that in which the Quran was revealed as guidance for mankind, as well as proofs of the guidance and the criterion. Then it says, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Whoever witnesses the moon, that is the month and the moon are cognates, because where the word month comes from the word moon, and that's why they have the word month. So originally, this is how it works. So we have whoever witnesses the month among you, then fast it. The reason why God is saying that, because remember, Quran is for mankind. So we have countries all over the world. Australia might be able to see the sighting of the crescents, but United States might not see it the same day. Ghana might not see it the same day. Finland might not see it the same day. Do you understand? Just as right now, I'm sitting here, I'm talking to you, it's midnight here, and this midnight, I'm already in the next day. Right now, it's almost 1 a.m. Right now, where I am right now, it's 1 a.m. on the 19th of February. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Some of you are still in the 18th of February. Some of you are still in the calendar of 18th February. So I'm already experiencing 19th February, whilst you are yet to enter 19th February. Same goes with the sighting of the moon of the month of Ramadan. Some people might be able to spot it before some people will see it in their own country. So it is by the counting of your country that you spot the crescent. Then you know this marks the beginning of Ramadan. Then the same waning crescent will be able to show you the ending of Ramadan. So we have waxing crescents and we have waning crescents. God designed the phases of the moon for a reason. You need the phases of the moon to know the time, right? That you can know what to do on the calendar. So that is why God spoke about that in Quran chapter 2, verse 189. They ask you about the ahilla. Yes, alunaka anil ahilla. This ahilla is a plural form for the word hilal. That is the crescents. They ask you about the crescents because the moon has phases and it has different types of crescents. So they ask you about the crescents, say they are timings for the people. And for the what? The Hajj. That is why exactly after the month of Ramadan, what follows is the months of Hajj. And even in the Quran, when you take Surah Al Baqarah, exactly when God finished speaking about the Ramadan, Siyam, exactly when you start from chapter 2, verse 183, exactly when he started talking about the Hajj. So God went ahead to tell you, Asharul Haram, Bisharul Haram. The Sharul Haram goes by the Sharul Haram. They don't have to be separated, as the mushriks have done. If you ask them how many sacred months in Islam, they say 4. Which one? They say Muharram, they say Rajab, they say Zulqa'dah, and Zulhijjah. They separated them. But when you read through the context of the Quran, you find out that God initially mentioned one sacred month by name so that you know the other 3 months following are consecutive. They are Sharu Haram, Bisharu Haram. They go by each other. They don't separate. So we have Ramadan by name. Then you, being an intellectual person, you know the next one which comes, we have Shawwal, then we have Zulqa'dah, then we have Zulhijjah. It ends. Because then you are going to the new year. So it was based on the understanding in Surah At-Tawbah, God told the believers that the mushriks are not supposed to approach the Masjid al-Haram after this year of theirs, because after Zulhijjah, Muharram has started. So they are banned from entering the Masjid al-Haram the following year, which is the first month of the calendar. Remember, when God speaks in the Quran, he talks to those who possess intelligence. So God talks about the lunar calendar. And the lunar calendar the believers have been using since time immemorial. There's no evidence of Prophet Muhammad using solar calendar, or they say Gregorian calendar. No. Okay, at that time, there's the Julian calendar. Then the Gregorian calendar was, Julian calendar was shifted into Gregorian calendar. And the Gregorian calendar itself is not consistent. Yes. The Gregorian calendar was initially 30 months. So they have to shift some days to other months. That is why January has 31st, February has 28, sometimes 29. I'm sorry for those who are born on the 29th of February, because sometimes your birthday is missing on the calendar. Hey, Abdul Abbas, if you are here, I'm sorry. You can do this. Your birthday is on the 29th. I'm sorry. Because sometimes we have to go and steal the 29th. If you are 29th, if you are born on the 29th of February, you should blame the Gregorian calendar. They stole your birthday. Anyways. So let's go to the next point. The month of Ramadan. God says, so whoever witnesses the month among you, then let him fast it. Now, this fast is the abstinence you are going to practice. So you hear some people saying it's just a few days. 3 days, 4 days. Hey, stop assuming, please. It's not 3 days, it's not 4 days. Please stop that. How do you deduce the answer? When you go to the chapter 2, verse 184, when God says ayyamin ma'adudat, when we say adada, adad in Arabic, it means number. When God says ma'adudat, this adada comes from that word. The madada, ayyamin ma'adudat, this ma'adudat, the adada, the number comes from that. So it is that number God normally used for the counting of women. He said idda. It is by the period, a number. Right? So we know when God says, when you witness the month, we all know a month usually has 29 to 30 days. That's how a month should be. 28, 29, 30 days. That's how a month should be. Right? So when God says for a limited number of days, because whenever you have a limited number, you can summarize the number. It is only when you cannot count something, then we say unlimited. If you can count something, it is limited. So I don't understand when people are saying, oh, it is only 10 days. Where is that? God is telling you when you witness the month. So ladies and gentlemen, you don't know month anymore. If you cannot do the month fasting, just stop it. It's not by force. Because God says if you are sick or you are traveling, you are exempted from it, then you do a number of other days. Why are you trying to change the words of God to say, oh, fasting is only 2 days, 3 days? Where did God say that? That he says, what? So the word ayyamin ma'adudat in Quran chapter 2 verse 184. I'm going to show you an example here. When you go to Quran chapter 3, I want to show you an example. In Quran chapter 3, you go to verse 24. Chapter 3, verse 24. You see, some of the people who are considered to go to hell, according to their religion, we even see the mushriks doing the same thing. The sectarians, they do the same thing. The mushriks will now do, this is what they say. Guys, listen to some bozo in the comment section on TikTok. His name is Monetist God Alone. He says God didn't say the month. Is this guy okay in the head? Oh, anyways, I will open the guest session. I would love for you to join and speak up. Most of the times, a lot of you like this, you cannot speak up when I bring you on. But anyways, I'll bring you on later. Quran chapter 3, verse 24. That is because they said, ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ قَالُوا لَن تَمَسَّنَا نَارٌ إِلَّا أَيَّامًا مَعْدُودَاتٍ. Here it says, that is because they said, the fire will never touch us except for a limited number of days. The ma'adudat comes from the word adada, which is number. So ma'adudat means from that number, limited number, which means it can be counted. It doesn't necessitate it's just 2 days, 3 days. No, it can be counted. So limited number of days. So let me give an example. So let's say I'm having an exams in 3 months' time. That is a limited number of days because I already know how many days it will take for me to write the exam. So I know the days are limited. But they are deluded in their religion by what they have been fabricating. Right? Okay. So now you see the confused entity. The monetist God alone. He says 10 days. Bozo fight. Anyways, let's continue. Now, when God was speaking in Quran chapter 2, verse 184, let me be putting it on the screen, right? Should I be putting the verse on the screen, right? Guys, let me know if I should put the verse on the screen. Yeah. So, Quran chapter 2, verse 184. Then God says, for a limited number of days, so whoever is sick among you or on a journey, then he says, then a number, then he says, for iddatu. You see where he mentioned the word idda again. Then he says, then a number of other days. Then he's using the word idda. You can use the period of other days or a number of other days. That's why God normally used the word idda for the women. When you are divorcing women or because of their period, their menses, then God says idda. So it comes from the adad. So this idda, God says, you do iddatu for iddatu min ayyamin ukhar. That is a number of other days. Because within a month, you have days. Within a month, you have days. It is the days which makes up a month. Right? So within the days, you might be sick, let's say 1 week. You might be sick, let's say 3 days, 4 days. So you still have number of days ahead of you that you can still do the siyam. Yes. God is not shackling the Ramadan, the siyam to your neck. And this is why he can give you a way to redeem yourself or to ransom. So like we are going to see the ransom. So God says in that verse, number of other days. Then he says, God intends ease for you. He does not intend hardship for you. It will only be hardship if I say you have to pay me back. Guys, let me tell you how hardship works. If I tell you I'm going to lend you some money, I'm going to give you 1,000 euro, but you have to pay me back. That is hardship. Because at the time I'm lending money to you is because you are struggling and I gave you money. So if I say you have to pay me back, that is hardship. But God in the verse is telling you he intends ease for you and does not intend hardship for you. We all know when you borrow money, you have to pay back. there is hardship. Because that becomes a minus. Because you borrowed it, you used it, now you have to fill it up and give it back. That is hardship. And that is why a lot of people cannot pay back their debts, because it's difficult. A lot of people who go to borrow money cannot pay back the debts. So God is telling you this statement for a reason. God intends ease for you and does not intend hardship for you. So if you are sick or on a journey, you are exempted. Right? So that was Quran chapter 2, verse 185. But coming back to chapter 2, verse 184, when God says a number of other days, and for those who will endure, meaning you will do it, but you can do it, but you struggle. Meaning you are not sick, but because of circumstance. You can do it, but you will struggle. Maybe your work will make you struggle. Maybe the type of routine you find yourself in will make you struggle. So then what do? You ransom, meaning you redeem by feeding a poor person. Ta'amin miskin, miskin is one. So you feed a miskin for the day you cannot do. If it is the next day you cannot do, you feed. It doesn't mean you are sick. It doesn't mean you are traveling. But it's just that you do it out of difficulty. In order not to stress yourself, you ransom. But then, this is what God says. He says, and whoever volunteers well, whoever does good, then it is good for him. That is during the month of Ramadan. But to fast is better for you if you should know. Now, there's a reason why God is putting this preference. To fast is better for you if you should know. Because the idea of the fasting, I told you, you are restricting yourself from food, drink, and lust. It builds you spiritually. And it works both ways for men and women. Imagine a woman restricting herself from lust, a man restricting himself from lust, a woman restricting herself from food and drink, a man restricting himself from food and drink. We are all equal in this together. Are you getting my point? Okay. So that is Quran chapter 2, verse 184. Now, many a times, there is some misconception on this statement when God says, then a number of other days or a period of other days. Ayamin Madudat. Some people will tell you, okay, you need to make up the missed days that you missed. This is another misunderstanding that people have. They will say, the days you have missed, you have to make it up. Of course, God didn't say it's that you missed. Make it up. No, he never said that. But this is an understanding some people have. They will tell you, okay, there's a missed days. Since you missed 3 days, you need to make it up. But when we check very well from what God is saying in 185, he is clearly telling us God intends ease for you and does not intend hardship for you. It's just like the salat. When you miss the salat, you can't make it up. It's gone. You have to wait for the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, are you getting my point here? Salat, if you miss salat, you don't make it up because it's gone. If God says Fajr and you wake up, it's midday, it's Zuhur. What do you do? How do you get Fajr back? It's gone. That's why we call it Salat al Fajr. And then we have Salat al Isha. Then we have Salat al Wusta. Now, if it is Salat al Fajr and you wake up at noon, it's gone. Fajr is gone. How do you get it back? So that is why the youth in the cave, chapter 18, verse 9 to 21, when you read the youth who slept in the cave for 309 years, how do they make up that missed salat? They can't. It's gone forever and ever. So when we are talking about making up the missed days of fasting, these are the concept that scholars have interpolated in the verse. We don't find it in the context of the verse where God says, because why then will God tell me to ransom if I'm struggling? If I'm struggling, then there's no need for God to tell me to ransom when he knows I can do it another day or another month to pay back. Are you getting my point? So the idea of saying that, okay, you missed 3 days, so you have to pay it back. No. God says when you are sick or you are traveling, then a number of other days, because you can be sick for 3 days, You can be traveling for 3 days. So let's say if I'm traveling to Ghana, I'm going to give an example. If I'm traveling to Ghana, I might be traveling in the morning. In the morning. Then I might reach my destination in the morning time again. So you see, time is confused here. I might be in Finland and I'm traveling to Australia. You understand? By the time I get to Australia, I'm already in the next day. So I might miss the time I am supposed to break my fast. So this is why you are exempted from the fasting when you are traveling or you are sick. Because when you are sick, it becomes a burden. How do you do that? You struggle. For some women who are having menstrual cramps, our advice, if you're struggling during your menstrual cycle, avoid the fasting because it's like a sickness for you. You are going to harm yourself. Unless if you are in a menstrual cycle that you don't feel hurt, even if you are fasting, then fine, keep it up. But if you know that will lead you to a sickness, please, God is saying that if you are sick, then a period of other days. Don't waste your time trying to force yourself when you are sick, please. So God says in 184, but to fast is better for you if you should know. Meaning, if you knew the rewards that comes with the fasting, you will have actually fasted if you knew the blessing that comes with it. So fasting is essential and is beneficial for the believers. Now let's go to 185. When God says Ramadan is the month in which the Quran was revealed as guidance for mankind, he made it clear that that is a month dedicated to the Quran, to the guidance of God. So this is why wherever you pass, people dedicate their times to the Quran. They listen to the Quran. They read the Quran. Some people even make it a point where they have to read the Quran from chapter 1 to 114. Yes. Because in other times you are busy. God decided to put that special month to get your attention. He knows he cannot get you in other months. He will try to get you. A lot of people become repentant, born again, change their ways due to Ramadan. And it helps. At least there is one time, one cycle where you get to, it's just like the way we detox our body. You'll be eating junk food. Then you get to a point you want to detox. So God has actually made the month of Ramadan as a detox for your immoralities. So then at least that month can straighten you. I'm telling you, even some of the mushriks, they straighten during Ramadan. The month of Ramadan straightens them. So if somebody like Muhammad Hijab right now, he want to insult me, if he remembers he's in Ramadan, he will say, Auzubillah, this guy is lucky we are in Ramadan. Like that. Anyways, so chapter 2, verse 185. God intends ease for you and does not intend hardship for you, so that you may complete the period. Meaning the month is a period. The subject matter of chapter 2, verse 185, it says, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. The masculine pronoun used at the end of yasum is what? The month, the shahar, and then the masculine pronoun. If you witness the month, fast it. The moment God says yasum, that means the whole month has to be used for the fasting. It's not like 10 days, then you leave the rest hanging. No. If you're sick, fine. If you're traveling, fine. You understand? So in the verse, then God says, and that you may magnify God for what he has guided you, and that you may be thankful. So that is a month you have to magnify God a lot. That is a month you have to be thankful to God. I'm not saying you shouldn't be thankful in other months, but at least this is the month dedicated to the guidance of God that he has given you. So you have to be grateful to God, thankful to God, you understand, and appreciate what he has done for you. Just as he told Moses, "Khuz ma ataituka wa kun min ash-shakirin." Take what I have given you and be of those who are grateful. Now, let's go to chapter 2, verse 187. That is the interesting part, right? God says, lawful for you is the night of abstinence, to last after your women. Then he says, they are a covering for you and you are a covering for them. God knows that you had been cheating yourselves, so he has forgiven you and has pardoned you. So copulate with them now and seek what God has decreed for you. and eat and drink until the whitish thread in the sky. Like when you look at the clouds, there's a whitish thread. You see the trace of the cloud. Yes, the whitish thread becomes clear to you from the blackish thread of dawn. That's why God mentioned dawn. He mentioned eat and drink until the whitish thread becomes clear to you from the blackish thread. Then he says of dawn. So any intellectual person listening, of dawn meaning talking about the sky. What do you see happening in the skies? Right? So then he says, then conclude the siyam at night. He didn't say at Maghrib. He didn't say at noon. He didn't say at morning. He says conclude the siyam at night. Atimmu siyam ila layl. Atimmu means to complete something. Because you are holding up not to eat. So hold it up and complete it at night. And we know the beginning of the night is the Gasakil Layl. That's why God mentioned in chapter 17, verse 78. Akimi Salat liduluki shams ila Gasakil Layl. The Gasakil Layl signifies the beginning of night. So that is immediately after sunset. What you start to see is the twilight of the sky in the sky. Right? You start to see the gloomy getting dark and coming. It doesn't necessitate everywhere has to be 100% dark before you break the fast. And night has the beginning. So Gasakil Layl signifies the beginning of night. For me, I would rather wait till I see the darkness. That is nautical, usually nautical twilight. I'll wait. But some people, as soon as they see the beginning, they break their fast. I would rather wait to be 100% sure. So if you want to understand the breakdown of the nautical, civil twilight, astronomical twilight, I did a lecture on it. If you go to YouTube, go to my playlist, Siam series. If you watch my playlist, Siam series, I spoke about the month, and I spoke about the timings, and I spoke about what? The calendar. You understand all this. It's a series. They are all there, accessible. You find your time to study. All these things you see me speaking about right now, I've done lectures on them already. They are not new. It's not a new subject. I've talked about it several times. So in that chapter 2, verse 187, then God says, lawful for you is the night of the abstinence to last after your women. Because in the night time, you have already broken the fast. You've already eaten. God says you should conclude the fasting at night. So now when it's concluding, it's time for copulate with each other. Fine. That's up to you. So God mentions that they are a covering for you. You are a covering because you know each other's secrets. Right? God knows that you had been cheating yourselves, which is evident. So he has forgiven you and pardoned you. So copulate with them now and seek what God has decreed for you. And eat and drink until the whitish thread becomes clear to you from the blackish thread of dawn. Then conclude the siyam, the abstinence, at night. But do not copulate with them while you are abiding in the masjid. Now, this is a part some people don't understand. The masjid is a place dedicated to God. God does not expect you to go there copulating with your women. So he has to put a restriction there. Just as when you go to some places, they put no parking. They put a sign, no parking. The person doesn't care whether you are stupid or not. We have some people who will go and park there. Look, we have found people. If I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. We have people who have gone to masjids to rape kids, to rape children, to rape women. You Google it on the internet if you think I'm lying. We have people who have gone to the masjid to try to harass women sexually. We even see go to Mecca. You go to Mecca. When they are turning around the Kaaba, don't they squeeze the women there? Okay. So don't go to God's masjid with your bad, perverted mindset. So do not copulate with the women while you are abiding in the masjids. These are the limits of God, right? So do not approach them. God does clarify his verses to the people. Perhaps they will become pious. Understand these things. Don't go and say, why will God tell the believers, don't go up? The same God told you, don't approach the salat while you are intoxicated. Yes. Because eventually there is somebody who might call himself a believer who will go and get intoxicated. So God is putting these rules to make you know the do's and don'ts. Don't foolishly question God and say, why is God telling us not to do? Who is in his right mind? Yes, because God knows some people don't have right mind. Guys, let me open the phone lines. You can call. So it's question and answer time. You can call and ask your questions. Just a second. Where is it? So somebody is asking when night starts, Baba Shuaib. So let's talk about night. So night time, we take Quran chapter, for instance, we take Quran chapter 92 verse 1. Let's see what time night starts, right? Quran chapter 92 verse 1. Let me share the screen here. Quran chapter 92 verse 1, God says, وَاللَّيْلِ إِذَا يَغْشَى. He says, by the night when it covers. So we know the night time is the time which is covering the daytime. It's covering. Night is darkness, so it is covering. So it covers. Then apart from that, I take you to Quran chapter 78 verse 10. Chapter 78 verse 10. God says, وَجَعَلْنَا لَيْلَ لِبَاسًا. God says, we have made the night a covering. It is a covering. It's like a cloth. You know, when you cover your body, you see darkness under your cloth, right? So the night is a covering. Then again, in Quran chapter 79, verse 29, Quran chapter 79, verse 29, he says, وَأَغْتَشَ لَيْلَهَا وَأَخْرَجَ دُهَاهَا. Then he says, and he darkened its night and brought forth its forenoon. Which means the night has to be dark, right? The night time has to be darkened. It has to be black outside, dark. Emily, I'll call you back. Just hold on. I'll have to call you back. I'll call you back. Emily, if you're watching, wait, hold on. I'll call you back. He darkened its night and brought forth its forenoon. وَأَغْتَشَ لَيْلَهَا وَأَخْرَجَ دُهَاهَا. Then the next verse is Quran chapter 36, verse 37. 36, 37. Then God says, وَآيَةُ لَهُمْ اللَّيْلُ نَسْلَخُ مِنْهُ النَّهَارِ فَإِذَا هُمْ مُسْلِمُونَ. So God says, and a sign for them is the night from which we strip off the day, and then they are in darkness. And a sign for them is the night from which we strip off the day, and then they are in darkness. So night signifies darkness, but it has a beginning. In order to know the beginning, when you read Quran chapter 17, verse 78, it determines when night time starts. So God says, Akimi salat liduluki shams ila gasaki layl. Then he says, wa Qur'an al-Fajr. Inna Qur'an al-Fajr kana mash'uda. So God says, and establish the litany at the setting of the sun until the twilight of the night. So the darkness has a twilight. When it's getting dark, there's twilight. So it is the twilight of the night which will make you know the time of night is up. Which is the twilight? We have civil twilight, nautical twilight, astronomical twilight. So when you are using those twilights, civil twilight is normally considered a day because it's still light out there. You can sometimes use nautical. I prefer to use astronomical twilight. That is the very dark, the dark one. So I use when I see dark. That's when I break my fast. Because usually it just takes like 30 minutes to 40 minutes to get fully dark. Why waste my time? I rather hold on. You understand? I'm based in Finland. In the summertime, we have done fasting for about 23 hours. Yeah. And I'm able to do it. I've done 23 hours. So it is not now I'll be wasting my time when it's 12 hours or 14 hours, then I go and be hurry to break. No. I can hold on. So that is when the night time starts. So when people want to ask about the Fajr, when is Fajr? Is the first light of the day. Fajr can be determined in chapter 97, verse 5, chapter 15, verse 39, chapter 20, verse 130. That is Qabla Tuluwi Shams. That is before the sun comes out. That time, that period is considered Fajr. Right? So let me see. Somebody called Emily. I call you back now. Yeah, wa alaikum salam, my brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Okay, first, Baba, I miss my Asham. Is it the Asham part of the Quran?
No, it's not.
It's not part of. So I was worried. Maybe I don't know whether my fasting tomorrow will be a problem.
It's not. There's nothing like Asham in the Quran. No.
Okay. And secondly, please let me ask two questions outside today's topic, please, Baba.
Okay.
What is kalima and ashahil?
What is what?
Kalima.
Kalima is word. When we say kalima, it means word. Kalima.
It's a word.
Yeah.
What about ashahil? Ashahil. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it well.
Kalima to shahid or what?
Ashahil.
Kalima to ashahil.
Oh, no, kalima is different and ashahil to this different.
Ashahil.
Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
There's one Quranist from France. He's a Mali man.
Yes, and then he said what?
That word from him.
And then he said what? Then he said, what does that mean?
He said the ashahil is like the prayer, the 3 times prayer we are doing. He's a Quranist, but he's still insisting that we have to have prayers in the Quran. But he's saying that the prayers we are doing, the abolition we are doing, or ashahil.
Ashahil. Did he give you? Did he give you?
They are ritual.
Sha'air. You didn't pronounce it. When we say sha'air is rituals.
Okay.
It's sha'air. Sha'air.
Okay.
These are rituals. Yes, prayers are rituals. The other actual activities we do, they are all rituals. Like going to the Hajj, they are rituals. They are considered rituals, all of them.
Are they compulsory on a Muslim?
Which one?
This ashahil that we are talking. The
ashahil is a ritual. The prayer, God has ordained prayer for you. You have to pray.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you are a believer, you have to pray. So the Hajj is not compulsory. It's only when you have the means to go. Fine, you can do. But we have like Ramadan. Ramadan, if you are practicing Siyam, is part of it. It's a ritual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Baba.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Maybe I will call back again. Thank you.
I appreciate that. God bless you. Peace. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to connect the call to my computer so that the sound will come clearly. I think the this thing got disconnected, so that's why the call was squeaking and it was annoying, right? So I'm trying to connect it to my this thing, so it should be able to. I should be able to receive the calls on my computer.
Peace, Baba. Can you hear me?
Yeah, peace to you, brother Umar. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Yourself and the family, how are you guys?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Very good, very good. I had a question regarding the witnessing the part where it says, whoever among you witnesses one. Why is it that we have to witness with our eye and we cannot rely on the technology or other means that we have now? Because I find that we use technology and other stuff for other uses in our life as well. And I understand that at that time in Arabia, they don't have this, like whatever the technology, telescopes or calculations or whatever modern technology that gives us, I would say it's fairly accurate in terms of the moon phases, the new moon and whatnot, as per how it estimates it. The reason why I bring this up too is because, like, if we stick with witnessing to be with our very own eyes in front of us to see it, then, like, for example, if we look at zina, if somebody fornicated outside of marriage, and it says you need, I think, 4 witnesses before you can administer even the punishment. Like, let's take that case for example, and let's say that you don't have anybody that physically seen the act being committed with their eyes, but it was captured on a CCTV or some camera or some technology captured it, which is, let's assume, is on doctor, not AI, it's real footage.
Just a second, Umar. Just a
Yeah.
second, guys. Can you hear him clearly? Can you hear Umar? Can you hear the brother clearly enough? Because I feel like the voice is shaking.
Oh, okay.
Some people say no, some people say yes. Some people say not very clear. I think, are you speaking directly to the phone like this, or you're having a speaker out or something?
Before I had speaker, I'm on direct now.
Yeah, now make it direct. Direct will be better.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for example, like if we look at the zina, if you don't have people who physically witness it with their eyes, but let's say the people who are guilty, they were captured on CCTV, and it's unadulterated and it's authentic video and whatnot. Like, isn't that still sufficient? Like, so when we witness something, like in the case of the new moon or something, if the technology is already telling us that the old moon is completed and the new phase started, even if it's like very slightly, and we cannot see it with our naked eye in the sky, doesn't it still mean that the month started? We're into the next month?
No, it's not about the next month starting. It's about the timing you are going to use to calculate what you are doing. The idea of the crescent is not the new moon. There's a different look. I want people to understand the difference between new moon and a crescent. There's a difference. They are not the same. The new moon, when it's totally dark and zero, nobody can see it. Not even the telescope can see a new moon.
Yes.
God said you should use the crescents. When you say ahilla, we are talking about crescents. You see, after the new moon, what start developing is what we call the waxing crescent.
Okay, yeah.
So God is asking us to use the crescents to check, not the necessarily the new moon itself. It's the crescent you are using.
Okay, but that wouldn't it become like too subjective then? Because everybody we're looking at, if some people say they see like a little bit of light, and then some don't see the light until it grows bigger. You know what I mean? Like you'll have like a range that you'll have to be between, where majority will then say, okay, yes, there's the beginning of the crescent, the waxing crescent.
Who said is the beginning of the I don't know if you understand what is being said here, but let me break it down here. When we are talking about the crescent and the waxing crescent, the waning crescent, but before I talk about that, let's take the cycles of the moon. You see, number one, when we say shahr, we are talking about a month. A month is a unit of time used with calendars, which is approximately as long as a natural period related to the motion of the moon. Month and moon are cognates, right? The traditional concept arose with the cycle of moon phases, such months, lunations, that's why we call it lunar calendar, are synodic months and last approximately 29.53 days. From excavated tally sticks, researchers have deduced that people counted days in relation to the moon phases as early as the Paleolithic age. Synodic months, based on the moon's orbital period with respect to the Earth-Sun line, are still the basis of many calendars today and are used to divide the year. Now, what I want you to pay attention is, when you take a calendar, I want to show you, let me put a diagram on the page here. I want to show something on the screen.
Okay.
So I'll maximize it, then I'll show it on the screen for everybody to see. So if you are watching, when I share the screen, you will be able to see what I'm sharing, right? So you watch.
Okay.
Yeah, can you see the screen?
Let me check. It may take a couple seconds to come up. I don't see it yet. Let me see. Okay, now it just popped up. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. You see the oh, what just happened? My hand just moved this thing away. You see
so
the faces. You see the faces of the moon. It goes by a month.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you see when it's new, you cannot see it with the eye on the right.
Correct. I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
Nobody can see that. Now it is when it starts growing, that is what signifies you are in a new month. When it starts growing. It's just like a
so that's what I'm saying.
it's just like a baby.
Part,
wait. It's just like the baby in the belly of the mother. It's not a child yet till it comes out. When it comes, then now we start counting the age, even though it has already done maybe 8 months or 9 months in the belly, right?
Yeah.
But it's finally when it comes out, then we start saying day 1, day 2, or it's 1 week old, 2 weeks old.
Yeah.
Okay. So same goes with the moon. When it goes in the dark mode, it's not counted.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I can agree, because no matter what, like there's nothing to see. Yeah.
Thank you. There's nothing to see.
There's no crescent to see. Yeah,
yes. Thank you. So this is why, that is how it ends up that some days will have 29 or 30 days. Then some will have like 28 or 29. This is what happens in between. Because sometimes it delays for the crescents to start loading.
Yeah. Yeah. So that delay, that's what I find is kind of like subjective, because one person might wait and say, okay, 1%, then 1.5%, then 2%. Like, you know what I mean? We don't have a defined waiting period for what we accept as the waxing crescent once it starts.
Okay, let's use Quran chapter 2 verse 189 as an example.
Okay.
God says they ask you about the crescents. What should be the crescent be used for? God says there are timings for the people. They are supposed to be used for timetables, timings, and for the Hajj. So the crescents are used to be able to determine time. Now, this is how the waxing crescent and then the waning crescent works. Now, when you check on the diagram, on the picture, when you look up, here, let me see if what I can do here. I can maximize it. Okay. Yeah. Now, you see that the new moon is on the right, right?
Yeah.
You see it's dark. Now, when I move upwards a bit, you see waxing crescent.
Yeah.
Then from the waxing, it takes like 5 days to go to the quarter crescent, like this. It goes to the first quarter.
Yes. Couple days each phase.
Then it moves again to the waxing gibbous. Then it goes full moon within the period of like 14 days. Sometimes 14, 15 days.
Yeah.
It goes to the full moon. Then it goes the same cycle till it reduces to what we call the waning crescent. The waning crescent is marking the ending of the month, because the moment you stop seeing the waning crescent, which means the moon has gone into the hiding mode.
Yeah. So I get the phases. I don't have a problem with the phases. Okay, let me give you an analogy. I guess like my analogy is, okay, let's say somebody has cancer, right?
He has what?
The cancer is in cancer, or some illness or sickness inside of them, right?
Yeah.
They can't see it because it's inside of them. And let's say they don't even have symptoms that are making it apparent, right? Now that person, they're not physically seeing anything inside of their body. The only way they're gonna know, let's say, is if they go do a scan. They do a scan or something. The scan reveals, okay, there's a tumor or something on your stomach, in your stomach. So in that case, you didn't physically witness anything with your eye, and the technology told you that there's something there that is causing an illness or will cause your illness or death. So my point is the same thing like with this waxing crescent. As soon as the waxing crescent is starting, then we may wait, like, let me just give it a number, like 2.5%, and then we can see it with our physical eye in the sky when we look into the sky.
Yeah.
But let's say at 1%, we cannot see it with our eye.
No, you cannot see.
But you cannot see, but 1% is still waxing crescent. 1% is there, but we cannot see.
But then, how do you witness it?
Well, if you have like a technology, the app calculates
Thank you.
or tells you that.
Thank
it's 1%.
you.
Yeah.
I get your point. That is why some countries have bought the equipment to check it. They are able to look at it and see it with the telescope.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
those countries,
or like in an app.
No, listen. No, don't go to the app yet. Wait. Don't go to the app. I get what you are saying. Don't go to the app yet.
Yeah.
The reason what I'm saying is, I spoke about the app in the beginning. I said, don't be dependent 100% on it. It can help you, but don't be really, really dependent. Look, some days I was standing next to somebody and they are calling my phone. My phone was not ringing. But guess what? If they were far away from me and they keep calling me and I didn't see it, what would they have told me? What would the person have said to me?
They would have just let you know that your phone rang or whatever.
No. The person would say, I called you. You didn't respond.
Oh, the car. Yeah, yes.
But that is technology. I'm just telling you how technology can malfunction if you are dependent on it.
Yeah.
There is a day when I was at the airport, a flight did not land, even though it was estimated to land. But on the board, it says it has landed, but it has not landed.
Yeah, no, I get your point. Yes, like usually in the app, it might say that. It might say that, this is only accurate to whatever, like an hour, 2 hour.
Thank you.
Something like that.
Thank you.
I get your point.
What I'm saying is, because God is telling us in the Quran, do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. In order to be dependent on the app, look, I've used about 3 or 4 different apps, Moon Tracker, before I came to the right one. And that right one is the one I've been using for the past 4 years. You don't have to, look, people can just get up and create an app anyhow. If you go and just download any app and you think that is the Moon Tracker, it can lie to you. So in order not to be in doubt of what you are practicing, then what wrong do you do if you wait to see the crescent? It normally will appear within 2 days. Usually
that's where I'm going. Like,
yeah,
when we leave it subjective like this, I guess where I'm going is that for me, I don't know if this is a good thing to say, but it feels like it's kind of like cheating God, because
no.
wait till you see
there's no cheating there. God says, when you witness, whoever witnesses among you. Now, let me give you this analogy here. Why do you think God says whoever witnesses among you and not all of you? Why do you think God used the word among you?
Because if one did witness it, it's sufficient that he can tell you that he saw the crescent.
Yes, a believer witnesses it, will tell you. But among you, meaning, because people can be in other countries and they witness it, but that's their country. They can start fasting.
Yeah, it might not be your country. Yeah,
Thank you. So among you here, if we are a group of believers and one believer brings an information, I don't need to doubt him because he's a believer. God says it's only when an immoral
city tells me,
God says it's only when an immoral person brings you an information, you have to ascertain, investigate. But when there's another believer and he sees it, sometimes, look, I'm in Finland here. When I happen to see it, I take a picture and send it to some of my friends. And sometimes when they see it, they send it to me. And that's it. Then I start. Right. I don't need to doubt the person. But then some people will say, okay, what if I'm blind? Are you saying all your country, everybody is blind? All your family members are blind? People are so dumb asking that stupid question. Somebody will say, okay, then if that is the case, God says we should do ablution. We should wash before the salat. So are you saying if somebody's hand is cut, God is putting him to hell because he doesn't have a right hand? Even though God says he's exempted from that. Somebody is blind.
That's a good example, because like I was saying, like I agree with you, like don't be too dependent on technology and AI, but that would be a good case, like if somebody is blind but they can still speak and hear. Back then they didn't have AI, now you have AI. You can ask AI, like what's the percentage of the waxing crescent, so then you would know.
Be careful. Umar, be careful with the AI. The AI didn't even know how many letters are in a strawberry.
I know. That's why I said I agree that you have to be careful with it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Of a blind person,
listen,
you have to really kind of think.
No. The blind person, that's why he has somebody walking with him. He has somebody to depend on. That's why blind people, they have a relative or somebody, a loved one who is supporting them or helping them. They don't have a choice but to trust that person next to them, right? But sometimes even blind people can verify, can investigate what your claims. You understand?
Yeah.
So because they are blind, their sense of hearing is double, right? So they use their attention very, very precise. A blind person, because he is deprived of seeing, that strength of seeing that he doesn't see, that strength has gone to the hearing. So a blind person is very smart at capturing people's voice and recognizing people's statements. A blind person has that kind of eavesdrop type of ears. You know, when you're having a phone call and people are whispering behind the person you are talking to on the phone call, you can actually hear them.
Yeah. Sometimes it picks it up.
That is the amazement of the phone sometimes. So that's how unique a blind person's ear works. They can hear when you are whispering something to somebody. You understand? So what I'm saying is, in order for us not to be 100% reliable, dependable on the app, if you're doubting the app, then wait. Normally it appears within 2 days, you see the crescent moon in the sky. God has made it evident. It will appear, unless if there's a heavy rain, there's a heavy snow, you understand? Then yes, you don't have a choice than to depend on the app. But it will eventually appear. I don't know why people are in the rush. Look, Ramadan works in such a way that some people might get to do 29 days, some people might do 28 days, some people might do 30 days, depending on who has spotted the crescent first.
So that's kind of my point. Like, some people, they may wait longer because they're trying to see with their naked eye, but aren't you losing days as you keep waiting?
Losing days how? Eyes? You have a tracker to track to know that the moon will appear on the right or on the left. That's all you do. It's just like you're using a navigator. If you're driving, let me tell you.
Said, like some people will be 26 days, 27
I never mentioned 26 days. No. I only said 28, 29, or 30 because the least you can the most you can miss is 2 days. And that missing of 2 days is not intentional. It is you waiting to spot what God says. Are you getting my point?
Okay. Yeah, I guess for me it seems like
Look, it will be a problem. No, listen. Like it will be a problem had God said fast for 30 days. Had God mentioned a number and say fast for 30 days, then there's no cause for you to miss anything. But God never mentioned it like that. We are talking to a God full of wisdom. He made it in such a way that it's not shackled or binding to your neck.
I know, and it makes sense that you want to be more you want to play it safe. So even if you lose 1 or 2 days, it would be better than to go off your whim to catch 1 extra day or to catch it precisely or something like this. So I guess it's the safer option to do, even if you miss 1 or 2 days, or sorry, even if you start 1 or 2 days later.
We don't even call it a miss because you have an app, you have a moon tracker, you're tracking the moon. The app tracker will tell you if you can see it with your naked eye today or not. The app I'm using, if I can see it with the naked eye, it will tell me, and it will tell me which direction. Sometimes it will say northwest, and it will tell me the time the moon sets, just like we have the sunrise and sunset. You can track sunrise and sunset. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, like apps will tell you, yeah.
Same, the moon has the same thing. And the moon has the app tracker where it can tell you where to stand and see the moon. And that is what I've been using the past 4 years to spot the moon whenever it appears.
Okay.
And my colleagues in Finland have been using it and seeing it the same way. All God wants from you.
Reliable?
What?
It's pretty reliable. Like it's been accurate the last 4 years.
That's what I just said. You are not paying attention. I just said it is not only any random app you are going to download. Do we have accurate ones you can check to examine yourself? This is why, in order not to be in doubt, when you have the app, the day the moon appears in the sky, read the app and check the details it's telling you. Like the moon tracker I have. I don't know if I can show it on the screen here. Let me see if I can show the moon tracker here. For those in the WhatsApp group, I shared the screenshot of the moon tracker app. Like, for instance, this one. If you watch on my video, let me see if people can see. Just a second. People can see, right? Now, when you look on the screen, do you see the crescent on my phone?
Give me a sec. Sometimes there's a delay between when you put
Okay, there's
something
a
on
delay,
the
right?
screen.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So I can see your phone screen, yeah.
So now you see the visibility of the crescent. So today,
Yeah, it's right in there. Yeah.
if I go out, look up here, the left and right here is telling me the time the moon is going to rise and the time is going to set. Then there is where when I click on the app, it will tell me where to go and stand outside and look, and I will see it. And I've done it for the past 4 years, and I keep seeing the moon from the location because it has a GPS tracker.
Yeah.
And
the app I have is similar to it. Ask you the location, and it'll tell you the sun, moon rise and moon set times.
Thank you. Right now, it's telling me the moon today will be rise at 8 a.m. Now, this 8 a.m., it will set at 8:26 p.m. So then it is telling me by the time I will see it, the moon is at 5%. So in order, I can decide to stand on this and start fasting. But in order not to doubt, because I've done it for the past 4 years and it was accurate. But in order for me to have the guarantee that I'm not following this app blindly, I want to see it with my eye to believe that, okay, the app tracker is authentic. Are you getting my point?
Yeah, I get your point. I think where I was stuck is that when we say month, I was thinking either like 29 or 30. Like you can't keep shorting the month. Like
you can shorten it.
Another one
day. February. How many days has February?
28 days.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I guess, like you said, in that verse, it says for a number of days.
Yeah, a month is a number of days. You use days to count a month. So every month is a number of days.
Yes, yeah.
God started in chapter 2, verse 185 to say, whoever witnesses the month, and month also goes with days. You can't have month without days. That's why the moon goes by days. A full moon goes usually 14, 15 days, you have a full moon. A new moon goes usually 14, 15 days.
Fixed like 29 or 30 days or 31 days.
Yeah, usually if you counted accurately, you get it 29, 30. Usually. Are you getting my point? But sometimes it's because of this kind of mishap, the new moon, we don't see it. It goes dark, right? So sometimes it delays before the crescent start growing. Sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Because of that delay, some days will end up being 30. Some days will end up being 29. Some people might end up having 28. There is nothing wrong with that.
Okay. My understanding was that would be something wrong. Like if it's cloudy and stuff, and then you say, okay, I can't see it.
That's an exception.
One more day.
No. You don't need to wait one more day.
Yeah, I know. Like,
when it's cloudy, you have the chance to depend on the app because then you have no choice. The app. Just like when somebody doesn't have hands and he has to do ablution, what does he have to do? Yeah. He has to skip and go to the head because he doesn't have. So you should understand how God explains things for us. He doesn't intend hardship for us. This is one thing people should understand when we are practicing the thing. Every time put at the back of your mind that God does not intend hardship for you. So you don't have to put yourself in the position where you are blaming yourself. You are thinking, oh, I missed one day. God is going to send me to hell. Oh, you didn't do it.
I was thinking like we're shortchanging God.
Because you didn't do it intentionally.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels
like. Don't feel like that. No, don't feel guilty. Look, God is telling you, do not pursue what you don't know. Right? You don't pursue. If you don't know about something, don't stress yourself trying to practice what you don't understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, this is, you know what's funny is that this is one topic in Islam, the sighting of the moon, where you actually see the mushriks outside of Saudi Arabia criticizing Saudi Arabia for keep doing it early. Like I saw a lot of local sectarian imams and mushrik imams here in Canada and North America. They were even giving Saudi Arabia heat for spotting the moon like a day or yesterday or whatever,
the
way early.
Saudis have the gadgets. They have the gadgets to look through the telescope. Saudis have that kind of telescope that can even see the planets. They do have that.
Definitely.
You understand? So if they decide to see that, if they have checked and they have seen it, so be it. That's for their country. It baffles me when people live in Europe and they say we are following the Saudi calendar. That's BS.
Yeah, I know. And the other thing is that they when I was young, they used to say that about prayer too, that the prayer makes us all uniformity because we're all praying the same direction and the same time. But technically you're not, because there's time zone difference. So, like when you think back about these things, like it doesn't make sense that, oh, you live in a different country, you're following somebody seeing the moon at a different time zone ahead of you. It doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you something. This I think this year, the fasting in Finland will be the shortest this year. I think it will only be like for like I think less than it will be like 12 hours. Yeah, I think it will be like 12 hours if I'm correct. Yes. It will be like 13 hours for the day. So it's one of the shortest. But I've seen hypocrites in Finland whereby in the summertime they were using Saudi time. Because in the summertime, yes, in the summertime we were doing about 23 hours. They were following Saudi times, so they ended up doing 16 or 17 hours instead of 23 hours.
And in my culture, you know what they do? My background is Guyana. So the Guyanese people, they would leave Canada, US in the long summer, and they go to Guyana because the time is shorter too fast.
You see, and that is hypocrisy. They are being hypocritical, and that is not fair. They're trying to cheat God, but they are cheating themselves.
Yeah, that's a real cheating.
So that's it. You see. But anyways, Umar, if you have your last question, you can ask me before I bring in the next caller. There's somebody waiting.
No, you clarified it. I was taking it too rigid, and I understand when it says a number of days now.
Yeah,
makes sense now. It's a bit more flexible than I thought it was.
Exactly. You're welcome, bro. Thank you very much for calling.
Thank you, Baba.
Stay
Take care.
blessed.
Be
Peace.
safe. Peace.
Yeah. Brother Salam, if you can call me. Yeah, I call you now. Yeah, Salam, brother Anas. Anas 9023. I see you, bro. Peace. Walaikum salam, my dear brother. Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm calling from Canada. My name is Fadi.
Brother Fadi. Yeah. Nice to meet you. How may I help you, bro?
Nice to meet you. I just have a question about burial.
Okay.
Allah Yarhamu Bayi passed away many years ago when I was younger. He wasn't Sunni Shia. We were raised to follow Islam.
Yeah.
But majority of the family and men and women, the senior of the family, were mostly Sunni.
Yeah.
So they did the Sunni way of burial.
Okay.
And because I was very young and I had no say into what happened.
Sure.
So I'm just wondering through the Quran, because we always follow the Quran, it doesn't give specific detail, or I haven't noticed specific details of the process of burying.
Okay. So before I answer your question, I'll give you a verse relating to that. But burial in its own doesn't affect the dead in any way. right?
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, burial doesn't affect the dead in any way because the soul is already departed from the dead body. It doesn't affect the person in whatever way. So, number one, in Quran chapter 17, verse 49, this is what God says concerning when a person dies, he can choose to become whatever he wants to become. And they say, he says, وَقَالُوا أَإِذَا كُنَّا إِزَامًا وَرُفَاتًا أَإِنَّا لَمَبُعُوثُونَ خَلْقًا جَدِيدًا. He says, and they say, when we have become bones and debris, will we indeed be resurrected as a new creation? Then the messenger was asked to tell them, Kul, kunu hijaratan haw hadida. He says, say, become stones or iron. Then he says, Aw khalqan mimma yakburu fi sudurukum. Then he says, Fasayakuluna man yu'iduna. Kulillazi fatarakum awwala marratin. Then he says, Fasayungiduna ilayka ru'usahum wa yakuluna mata huwa. Then he says, Kul asa an yakuna qariba. He says, or a creation of what is greater in your bosoms, and they will say, who will return us? Say, the one who originated you the first time. Then they will shake their heads to you and say, when is it? Say, perhaps it is near. The day he will call you, then you will respond with his praise and presume that you only lingered for a little or for a while. Now, that is Quran chapter 17, verse 49 to 52. But now let's go to Quran chapter 5, verse 27 up to 31. Now, God is going to talk about the two sons of Adam, right? The two sons of Adam, God says, and recite the news of the two sons of Adam to them in truth, when they offered an offering, and it was accepted from one of them, and it was not accepted from the other. He, the other one, said, I will kill you. He, the one who was killed, he said, God only accepts from the pious. If you should stretch your hands at me to kill me, I will not stretch my hands at you to kill you. Indeed, I fear God, Lord of the worlds. Indeed, I intend to make you take over my sin and your sin, then you will be among the companions of the fire. That is the penalty of the transgressors. Verse 30, and his soul, that is the evil one, his soul subjected him to kill his brother, so he killed him and became one of the losers. Verse 31, then God sent a crow, Guraban, to search in the ground in order to show him how to conceal the body of his brother, right? He, the one who killed the brother, he said, oh, woe to me, I have failed to be like this crow, to conceal the body of my brother. So he became one of the remorseful. Now, the reason why I quoted all these verses for you to see is, you can see one of them was a good person. God accepted his offering. One of them was not. The one who was not, he killed the innocent one, and he was the one who buried him. Number one, there is no Salatul Janaza. Number two, there is no funeral bath. Number three, there is no even dress up to say, okay, let me dress him up nicely and bury him. Because the soul is already gone, the body is a waste product. So burial doesn't need any ritualistic formula. Look, when a person dies, they cremate him, God will bring him back. When a person dies, if you like, make a sculpture, God will bring him back. When a person dies, if you like, do whatever you want, God will bring him back. Bury him in the sea, God will bring him back on the day of judgment. It doesn't matter what people do with the dead body.
Is there a recommendation Allah prefers that the burial happens instead of cremation?
God didn't give. That's why I initially quoted the previous verse to you. God says, become whatever you want.
Okay.
Which means there is no strict rule that God says, oh, you must bury the person this way. Or some people can choose to say, I want to be cremated. That's up to them. It's a choice. And there's nowhere God says it's a sin to say you want to be cremated. There's nowhere. God didn't put an injunction to that. If anybody tells you it is wrong, let them quote a verse of the Quran where God says it is wrong for you to be buried anyhow.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
So then for me and my wife, my kids, so forth, It just because we're in a country where it's just Sunnis and Shias.
If they want to go and worship your dead body, that's up to them. If you're already dead, you don't care about what people do behind you.
Okay. Would I?
Huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
The reason why we bury the dead beneath the ground is so that it doesn't decay and decompose and then cause some, airborne diseases and so on. That's why we bury the dead beneath the soil, or some people cremate. If the person has extreme skin disease or something, some people prefer to cremate the body so that the disease will not spread. That's why God never put any injunction concerning how a burial needs to be done.
Now, if I just pass away and allow them to do whatever they want, will I get sins for
the dead person is not liable to what people do after him. That's why I quoted chapter 5 verse 27 to you. His brother is evil, he killed him. So are we going to say because his brother killed him and buried him this way, he the one who was killed is going to hell? No, it is based on your deeds. God is going to judge you, not based on how people buried you. Are you getting my point?
So then I can yes.
So don't worry about
me not taking initiative to make sure they don't do those specific.
But when you are dead, you don't have any control again. People can choose to do whatever they want to you. Look, I saw somebody who said when she dies, they should cremate her body, but the family didn't.
Okay.
Yes, when you are dead, you don't have control over your body anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. I had a friend here in Finland who was a Quran alone follower. But when he died, the rights of his burial went to his people from his country, and they were all Sunnis. They went to bury him. I was there. I didn't participate in the prayer. They prayed for him, but I was at his burial front. I even poured sand on him when he was being buried. But I didn't join them in praying for him because it's nonsensical.
So, of course, I understand praying for Bayi. It's khalas. His deeds are done. But
exactly.
If donated to charity and that charity is still going forward, does he get the good deeds for that?
Before you die, if you give charity, the rewards have already been multiplied. God doesn't wait for you to die, then after your death, then the reward is still coming. That's not how blessings work. God already knows your future. So when you do the decision you make to do that charity, he has already blessed you for that. So there's no such thing as you are dead, but the reward is still coming to your grave. That's nonsensical. Your file is closed. It's just like somebody who has finished writing the exams and he's still writing exams whilst he's outside. How is that possible?
So then that means if he started a charity,
yes,
and it's still going.
How is it going? No, wait. How is it going to? How does that work? How?
So like a charity he opens, or let's say, what do you call it? Those water fountains they do.
No, it's a concept from the Hadith. This is sadaqatul jariyah. No such nonsense in the Quran.
Yeah, but if you build one for people to drink while they're alive, like not when they're dead. I know when they're dead it doesn't work.
Yeah,
he told me.
Yes,
it's when you're alive.
Thank you.
Do it.
Yes.
While you're alive.
Yes.
And people are still drinking from it.
Yes.
Years and years after, do they get those good
God already knows the number of people who are going to drink from the well. He already multiplied the reward and gave you whilst you are here.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
He already know 1 million people will be drinking from this stream. He also already bundled the blessing and put in your account. Why must he wait for you are dead? Then now he's counting 1, 2, number 3 people are coming. Okay, 3. No, it doesn't make sense. You get my point?
Yes.
Yes, so that is it.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, that's
it. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, dear brother.
One more question.
Yes.
I've been trying to order your Qur'an online, but it's always out of stock.
Yes. Unfortunately, there was a printing error at the printing press. We were supposed to receive the copies last week. There was a printing error, and they have no choice than to fix it. That error wasn't from my side; it's from their side. So that is what delayed it. And hopefully we should be receiving it next week, God willing. We should be getting it next week, hopefully.
And what's the time period to be shipped to Canada?
So Canada usually less than I think within a week. Within a week.
Okay.
Yeah, within a week.
Okay.
Yes. So United States within a week. Canada within a week. For those in Europe, usually it's 3-4 days. 3 days, yes.
Okay. Actually, one more question. When I got married,
yeah,
we because of the family and everybody, they wanted to use a Sunni sheikh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that wouldn't invalid my marriage, right? We still had the two what do you call them? The two witnesses. And we signed.
Yeah.
So isn't that all we need?
Yeah. Your marriage is still valid.
Okay.
It's valid. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the marriage, there's nothing really specific as long as the contract is signed and there's two witnesses. You don't need a sheikh or anything.
No. A sheikh is not needed. Adam never needed a sheikh. Moses never needed a sheikh to marry. You don't need a sheikh.
Okay.
No.
Beautiful.
You don't need a sheikh for that. No.
Last thing. In Finland, I know you're in Finland. Is there a lot of Quran only followers where you have your own mosque?
I won't say mosque as such. Yes, we do have collective number of people that we gather sometimes, we can pray together and so on, but not to that extent. I think it's more of it's a time, it has to do with time. I think the time will come for that, but at the moment, yes, we are still in the build-up. I have people in Finland who are based in Finland here. Some are in other cities, while some are in the same city I am. But it's a collective thing. I know at the right time, we'll get all that.
And how did you build this? Did the people around you, someone before you? Is there any recommendations you have for this? Because I truly feel I'm the only one here. Allah yarhamu bayyi and jaddi. We used to be Quran only, but now my siblings and everybody have went to Assad. Man, right? So
So
but alhamdulillah, my wife, my kids, we follow the Quran only because it's sufficient, it's perfect, it answers all our questions.
Yes, it does. You see, the point is, and this is why we have this internet streams. These live streams help to connect us, to bring us together, and then we will work things out. Because sometimes if you are based in a particular place, by reaching out to platforms like this, another person might be from the same zone you are listening. So then you guys can connect. Then it is becoming a community where we can connect on a bigger scale at the right time. So it is always good to keep upfront platforms like this where we can all meet. Then at the same time, we are getting to connect with each other. So usually that's why when somebody calls on my platform, I ask them your name and where you're calling from. The reason why I'm asking, so that the next person watching, may it be another Quran alone follower who is in that city, will get to connect, so that people will not feel that they are isolated and they are alone in this.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes. So that is the point.
Because my Jaddi grandfather is from Lebanon, and he would argue with the sheikhs all the time with always hadith. And he'd say, no, the Quran is the only thing, and they would go back. But unfortunately, my aunts and uncles picked a side, right? Sunni Shias, because they felt they had to. It's more politics, and they felt pressure, I guess.
Yeah, they felt pressure.
Never.
Yeah, they felt pressure from the community. I know what it feels like to be an outcast from the sectarians. If you're not part of them, you feel lonely, you feel isolated. So that is some of the disadvantages that make people feel like they are alone. But if you know how to connect with people online and so on, other like minds of people like you online, it helps build a connection. Actually, I have some brother who actually sent me a message, wanted me to arrange a meetup with other brothers. I do talk to people who we are planning meetups, but sometimes my schedules are so messed up. But this year, God willing, I'm freeing up some of my obstacles. And I know I'll be free soon where I can travel around to meet people. If possible, arrange conferences where I can meet up people and we can have discussions.
Inshallah. Yeah, so like Ubay Kaman, right? He stayed on the path and just showed Quran only, right?
Yeah.
Me, unfortunately, she fell for the Sunni side. Would anything you recommend to how to bring them back? Because I would read her verses from the Quran, but she would still go to the family members who believe they're pious and following the best. But I read the verses of Abraham and Allah, the verses Allah says there, I can very relate to it, right? And sometimes you think there's nothing you can do and it's in Allah's hand. Unfortunately.
Quran chapter 28, verse 56, God says you cannot guide those you love.
Yeah.
He says, Innaka la tahdi man hababta. If you love somebody, you can't guide them. You know the feeling when you have kids and you're trying to advise them and they're not listening?
Yes.
But you do love them, right? So
Yes.
if you understand the wisdom of God, you will not force yourself on anybody in this life. When you try to show your concern, you love somebody and they are not listening, let them be. At the right time, they will come for you. They will come to you without you asking for it. You understand? So that's how it is. Yeah.
I'm gonna be open and honest with you. Unfortunately, I buried 2 kids from sickness in 2022.
Wow.
Now I know there was a hadith. One was a daughter of mine, Allah yarhama, and one was my son.
Yes.
And one of the hadith that hit me hard was that the kids are waiting for you and won't enter Jannah without their parents. Now, I know that is not true. Well, we don't know. It's all in Allah's hands. But is there anything in the Quran? Because I read it consistently. I read the Quran at minimum 8 to 9 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, Kuliyam. Nus. I would read it. And I just desperately try to find something, but I can't find anything that really relates.
Pertaining, you want to find something pertaining to what exactly?
Losing kids.
Losing your kids. What I want you to understand is when it comes to the notion of losing somebody being a believer, but in terms of losing kids, is part of the test God will test us. In Quran chapter 2, verse 155, God says, and we will test you with something of fear, hunger, and the loss of wealth and souls. Souls means it can be a loved one, right? And fruits. So give good news to those who are patient. That's why it says, Inna Allaha ma'as sabirin. If you read Quran chapter 2, verse 153, where God says, Inna Allaha ma'as sabirin. He's with those who are patient. Now, the reason why God is saying, give good news to those who are patient, because He's testing you. He will test you with fear, hunger, loss of wealth, and souls, meaning lives, and fruits. So give good news to those who are patient. When a misfortune strikes them, they say what? Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Indeed, we belong to God, and indeed, to Him we will return. You understand? So this notion of trials, we are bound to face, as God said. So when you said you lost, which my condolences to you, you lost your son, you lost your daughter, it's part of the trials God has to pass us through. But it doesn't mean you've lost it all. The reason is they can still be in the hands of God in paradise, rejoicing and waiting for you to join them. And that is a possibility.
So what other possibility? Like
now,
he won't put them. I know this is touchy subject, mostly for
Yes,
people
yes.
like me and lost kids.
Yeah.
But Allah, I don't see the point of putting infants, kids. They were both born. They were breathing,
How old?
eating.
How old?
Well, my daughter was 4.5 months.
Yeah.
And then my son was 10 days old.
Okay. So as a matter of fact, nowhere did God say that the children at that age are guilty of anything. He never said that. As long as I'm concerned within the Quran, is when somebody has a sound sense of judgment, the sound judgment or sense of knowing the difference between wrong and right. Those are the people who are going to face judgment.
So does that mean they go straight to paradise?
They will go in the mercy of God. God does whatever he wills. But God is, the last time I checked, God is never unjust. According to Quran chapter 10, verse 44, God is never unjust to the people. So if your kids have never been unjust between them and God, I don't see why God should punish them for anything.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. But before you go, Quran chapter 3, verse 145, God says it is not for someone to die except by the permission of God at a decreed time.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes. So it is the decree of God, and he does everything for a reason. There's nothing God does by mistake.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my dear brother. Stay tuned. Keep on watching. God bless
Always. I've been following you from your first few videos.
Wow.
You were the only one that I would see followed the Quran only like I do and how I was raised to.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah. I appreciate you,
So
brother. Stay.
I was very proud to see it. And
MashaAllah.
inshallah, I see everybody who views you, hits
Yeah.
likes and
MashaAllah.
comments in paradise one day.
Inshallah. Inshallah. God bless you. I appreciate you, bro.
Allah.
I appreciate you. Peace.
All right, peace.
Yeah, so let me deal with the last caller. Thank you, brother, for calling. Let me deal with the last caller. Let me see. I think somebody tried calling. I deal with the last caller before I go to TikTok. Let me see. Who was the last caller? Greetings to you, my brother Alpha. How are you? Seriously, this person just called me right now, just 30 seconds ago, right now. And I'm calling back, hey, like some people, when they make a call, it's like they throw their phone away after they just make a call within seconds, they throw the phone away. Why? I see you, my brother Alpha, MPH Music. Thank you for coming. Oh my God. Yeah, guys. So from here, I'll be going to TikTok, right? From here, I'm going to TikTok. If you have any question regarding Ramadan, please ask me before I go to TikTok, right? Yeah, salam alaikum.
Hello?
Hello, salam.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
I'm doing well, my brother. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Hamid. I'm calling from Jordan.
Nice to meet you, my brother. How may I help you, brother?
Just real quick, for the brother that called before, I just
Yes, we have.
want to tell him I hope God has mercy on his kids, and I hope he lives a blessed life. Inshallah.
Inshallah, inshallah. Thank you.
God willing, I just wanted to ask you a question about Surah Al Fajr. When God swears on the 10 nights, I couldn't find out what that means.
You mean in
Is he
Surah
referring to a
Al
specific 10
Fajr?
nights?
Surah Al Fajr,
Yeah, Surah
right?
Al Fajr.
Yeah. It's pertaining to the oath God has against the transgressors. It normally God, the maximum days God used to destroy the transgressors is within 10 days. And the context reveals that. And we have seen that throughout the Quran. If God is destroying any nation, whether Ad, whether Thamud, whether Fir'auna, he always give them within the limited number of 10 days. So let's see the verses and the context. In Quran chapter 89, verse 1 downwards, we talk about wal fajr. It says wala yalin ashar والشفي والوتر والليل إذا يسر هل في ذلك قسم لذي هجر. Then he says ألم تر كيف فعل ربك بآد. Then he says إرم ذات الإماد التي لم يخلق مثلها في البلاد. Then he talk about ثمود وثمود الذين جابوا الصخر بالواد. Then he says وفرعون ذي الأوتاد الذي طغوا في البلاد. So when you read the context upwards, now what I normally exhort people to do is, first of all, in the Quran, we have what we call fikra, which is a paragraph. Then we have what we call siyaq al-kalam, which is context. Sometimes there's paragraph, but in Arabic, it works in a different way from English. So unless if people know how a verse starts and ends, sometimes they will lose the picture when they have been told aforetime that you always have to follow asbab al-nuzul. So people think when you read few verses in the Quran, you have to go to the scholars to go and listen to whatever story they have to say. But now, let's check the context. So God says, wal fajr, by the dawn. Then he says, and 10 nights. And the 10 nights, meaning the 10 nights. But as it's going, we are going to find out why did God mention Fajr and he mentioned 10 nights. We can see that throughout the advent of the Quran and in the history of the Quran, whenever God is destroying people, he starts in the night, he ends at dawn or in the morning, early morning. And it has always been the case when you follow the story of Lut, you follow the story of any nation he destroys, it comes to them in the night, and the following day morning, everything is done. So it mentioned wal fajr, wal layalin ashar, wal shafi wal witr, and he says that and the even and the odd. It could be in the even number of days for him to destroy them, or it can be in the odd number of days for him to destroy them. So now, then we go to the next verse, which is, oh, sorry, here. Just a second. So, for instance, when we are talking about washafi wal witr, when we go to Quran chapter 11, verse 65, it says, but they butchered her concerning the people of Saleh when they butchered the camel. Do you know how many days it took for God to destroy them? 3 days. So God says, but they butchered the camel. So he, Saleh, Shelah, said, enjoy yourselves in your homes for 3 days. That is an undeniable promise. Now, why did Saleh mention 3 days to them? God used the numbers even and the odd number days within the scope of 10 days to destroy the enemy. He doesn't give you more than 10 days. It is always in the limit of 10 days, either by even number or odd numbers. So I'm going to show you the examples as we go forward. In chapter 69, verse 7, this is what God did to the people he destroyed against, how will I call Ad, the people of Ad. As for Ad, when you read from verse 6, as for Ad, they were then destroyed by a violent squeaking wind. And as for Ad, they were then destroyed by a violent squeaking wind. Then we go, which was subjected to them 7 nights and 8 days. You see, the people of Saleh, God used 3 days to destroy them. The people of Ad, God now used 7 nights and 8 days. By counting 7 nights and 8 days to destroy them. Right? Now, this is just some of the example I'm showing you how many days usually God used to destroy an enemy. It doesn't go beyond 10 days. It's either in the even number or odd numbers. So now let's go back to the chapter I was reading, Surah Al Fajr. So God says, by the dawn and the 10 nights and the even and the odd and the night when it circulates. Then it says, is there an oath in that? Is there an oath in that for one who possesses self-restraint? Then it continues. Have you not considered how your Lord dealt with Ad? We saw he destroyed them in 7 nights, 8 days. Then he says, boulder containing the pillars, which has no likeness of its shaped in the lands, and Thamud, those who pierced rocks in the valley, and Pharaoh, possessor of what? The pyramids, the one who transgressed in the lands and increased the corruption therein. So your Lord poured a scourge of punishment on them. Now, this observation you are seeing throughout the verses I just mentioned, when God says, well, Fajr, the context coming down is revealing to you what the issue is. It has nothing to do with Ramadan. It has nothing to do with saying that's the last 10 days of Ramadan. These are foreign concepts people are trying to interpolate in the words of God.
Okay.
Do you get the point?
Yeah, that's I've never heard that before.
Thank you. Because
so,
yeah.
So hypothetically, if a country like Israel, because we see the evil stuff they're doing.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, they would be destroyed within 10 days because this is an oath from Allah.
Yes, if God wants to destroy them for their evil deeds, it's maximum within the scope of 10 days if he wants to destroy them. It doesn't go beyond 10 days.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
And even if there's a natural disaster, for your observation, check from throughout history, when God is sending down a natural disaster on any nation, it doesn't exceed 10 days.
So, and how many days did it take for the Roman Empire to fall? Do you know?
I'm talking about when God is coming with a natural disaster. I'm not talking about people fighting with each other or anything. I'm talking about when God wants to destroy a nation. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's only for natural disasters. It's not like if someone's fighting for the cause of God.
No, that's different. Yeah. But I'm talking about if God is destroying throughout the consistency of what God says in the Quran. Whenever he's destroying a nation, it gives you the limits within the 10 days. He can either use odd number days to destroy you or even number days to destroy you. It could be 8 days, it could be 3 days, it could be 5 days, but it cannot exceed 10 days. So within the scope of 10 days, you have to be destroyed. That is if God is bringing a natural disaster. That is what is meant, but not like people and people fighting. No, people and people fighting. You have your own routine.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. What's your last question?
My last question is, according to the Quran alone, because I know the mushriks, they have a lot of crazy ideas with like extra hasanat, XP, all of this. But is there from the Quran alone a way to increase rizq?
To sustenance, rizq. Yeah. When you say rizq, are you talking about in terms of wealth or in terms of everything in general, every good thing?
Wealth specifically.
Rizq, meaning wealth. Now, when we say wealth, if you are into farming business, it's also part of wealth. If it's into animal business, it's wealth. If you have physical cash, it's also wealth. If you have health, it's also wealth. But wealth in general, when you're talking about wealth in general, throughout the Quran, you will never see any prophet or messenger asking God to give him money. Are you aware of that?
I mean, I know, like they asked indirectly. Like one time, Musa asked for, or he said that he was in a bad situation.
He says,
and then he got
Rabbi,
a job
he says,
with
Rabbi inni lima anzalta ilayya min khair fakir. He says, God, whatever you send down of good to me, I'm in need of it. Yeah, so that is welfare. Now, welfare, when you are asking God for good, that's why we say, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanat wa fil akhirati hasanat wa qina azaban nar. So God, in his infinite wisdom, if you're asking for something good, he knows welfare, everything is included, right? But when you make it specifically to God and you say, God, I need money, you are endangering yourself. That's where the devil comes in.
Really?
Yes. Because the devil always wants you to aspire. He's checking your hopes, what you are hoping for. That's what the devil comes in for. Because he knows that's how he can manipulate you. He knows this is your objective. This is what you want. So I'll make sure you get it.
Then what about Suleiman, who asked for the greatest empire?
He asked for the kingdom from God. And we saw the mistake he committed before he asked for a kingdom that will not be incumbent. He already had the kingdom. But he's just saying God should grant him a kingdom which cannot be succeeded by anybody after him. That's what he asked for. And till today, we haven't seen any king having the likeness of his kingdom. Imagine having a kingdom, and when you are going east, the wind blows according to where you're going. You're going west, the wind blows there. You have jinns, you have birds, you have human beings serving you, working for you, being your militants. Right? If right now in this world, can you imagine if Israel had jinns working for them, or America, who can beat them? If
only Allah.
Only Allah. So if you have jinns as your military, who can fight you? Nobody. So that is one wish I don't want to wish, because the devil might be listening. That one I want to tell God privately. If he can give me this military, the mushriks, they will stop joking. Yeah, if you have the jinns as your working for you, or your militants, nobody can defeat you. None. You see, Israel, when they were fighting with Palestine didn't have the strong weapons to penetrate the defense, the dome. There's something we call the dome defense. The dome is
Iron Dome, yeah.
Yeah, the Iron Dome, it intercedes missiles. So I would say it intersects. When you throw a missile, but when Iran was fighting Israel, you saw the missile, they call it hypersonic. You saw when it comes, the dome couldn't hold it. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, imagine having jinns who are so powerful that they can destroy a hypersonic or anything, a missile in the sky before it gets. The only missile a jinn cannot fight is the God's missile, the one God throws to them. Rujuman li shayatin. That one, they cannot fight it. That is a meteorite and so on. They can't stop that one. But any other missile you have, the jinn can stop it. It is through the jinns that people go and take the powers that you shoot them, the bullet cannot go through. Are you aware that people go and take shields from the devil, powers from the jinns, and when you shoot them a gun, it doesn't go through? Do you know that?
No.
You don't know? Oh, then you should go to Africa and see that. We have that in Africa a lot. You shoot a person, it doesn't go.
I know there's a lot of sihr, like black magic.
Yes, they get it from the jinns. Yeah, the jinns. That's where they get it.
Yeah.
The sihr, all this black magic is coming from the jinns.
Okay, so then would you have a recommendation or advice for how I can ask for wealth, but in the guidelines of Allah and the Quran, and not be tempted by the devil?
In order not to be tempted by the devil, you need to know the footsteps of the devil. God says in Quran chapter 2, verse 208, Adkhulu fi silmi kafata. Then he says, وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ. When we say خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ, it is the footsteps of the devil. Where can I find it? Where can I find the footsteps of the devil?
Hollywood. I don't
No,
know.
not Hollywood. We are going far. It's in the Quran.
Oh, okay.
Yes. If you are going to Hollywood, you are going to watch movies. No, Ahi, stop that. We're talking about the footsteps of the devil. It's in the Quran. You have to know the traits and secrets and steps of the devil. Even on the day of judgment, what the devil is going to say, God has already told you. Chapter 14, verse 22. He invited you and you accepted the invitation. You understand? If you know the footsteps of the devil, you can avoid the devil. This is why when sometimes, let's say, look, we have people who say, I know somebody who is a guy. I don't want to mention the country, but he's not from Ghana. He used to be a womanizer. He loved women so much that even if he's in the meeting with his boss and he see a lady, he will tell his boss, "Excuse me, I'm coming." He will follow the lady. So it gets to a point when he met me and I said, "Man, you need to pray to God to save you from this. Ask God sincerely. He will save you. If you're willing to change, he will change you. But if you're not willing to change, God never changes you." So then he says, "Okay, man, I'm willing to change." Then all of a sudden he came to me, he said, "Man, but the women now are chasing me," he said. And I told him that's the devil. So then he told me, "What do I need to do?" And I said, "Look, in life, the thing you are praying to God to stop you from, that is the thing that will be chasing you. Look, if you're a criminal who used to steal people's money and you tell God, "God, please, now I'm repented. I don't want to steal people's money. I swear to God, the next day you go out, you're going to start seeing people's money in front of your door, next to you. Somebody will sit in the bus next to you and they leave their bag full of money." The reason is the devil wants to use the things you want to avoid the most to catch you with. It's an invitation. That's why the devil will say on the day of judgment, "I invited you and you accepted. I don't have power over you." He can't force you. So you have to pray to God to make you see the footsteps, the traps of the devil. That is where you can avoid it. Have you ever watched a documentary from BBC? They were showing how a rat was dodging a trap.
No.
Oh, try to go. You can Google it, or I don't know if I have it somewhere. If I have it here, I can show it. I think so. Let me see. I don't know, guys. Anybody from UK who has seen that before? I saved it somewhere. Seriously, I don't know. I don't remember. Guys, in the comment section, anybody who has seen that video before on how the rat was dodging the trap, he is aware of the trap and he escaped. He dodged the trap. And there was another one, when the trap was set, he went and took a stick and put it in the trap himself. And the trap caught the stick and he passed around the trap and went away. Because he can see the trap. He knows this is a trap. He will be stupid to fall in the trap when he can see it. So exactly when the trials, the test Joseph's faced. Have you read the chapter of Yusuf?
Yeah.
You saw the temptation he has to go through?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I know some people will be reading that chapter and say, "Oh shit, I wish it was me." And then the king, oh no, actually I had a friend who told me that he wished it was him, that the wife of the Aziz will seduce him like that. He said by that time he has impregnated her about 3 kids already. You understand? So the thing, you see, that opportunity will not come to a guy like that. It will rather go to Joseph, who is innocent. Do you see how it works?
Yeah.
Somebody was telling me that the devil is at the clubs misleading people. I said, no. The devil is not at the club. He's already finished with the people of the club. Why should he be at the club? The devil is looking for you, the one who is not going to club, to come and push you. Let's go to club. Again, go and join this gang. Do you see how it works? Because those at the club, they've already given up. The devil is tired of them already. He's already finished with them. So now he's looking for new passengers to join.
It's like what Mike Tyson said.
Exactly. Exactly. The one who is doing drugs, who is a womanizer, who is doing everything, living a wretched life, the devil doesn't need that passenger again. He's already finished with him. He's like, hey, hurry up and commit suicide and go. Hurry up, commit suicide and go. He's looking for you, the innocent guy, who the righteous guy, who the one who wants to come next to God, who said, oh, I want to avoid sins. Yeah, the devil is like, dude, I like you. You come here. You look innocent. Come. So you, the woman, you, the man, that's you the devil wants. So God will now show you the footsteps of the devil so that you can see it and avoid it. So it is only a fool who, when he sins, he blames the devil. Don't blame the devil, blame yourself. He invited you, you accepted it. The last time I checked, the devil doesn't appear to you and hold your neck and say, hey, Tribe, Baba Tribe, come here, let's go and sin. Come, let's go and steal money. No, the devil doesn't force anybody. Do you get the point?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in order to understand how to avoid the footsteps of the devil, check in the Quran. God will show you all the footsteps. It's there. All the footsteps of the Quran, the devil. Then you will start to learn how to avoid it. That's all you need. Then God gave you a supplication in chapter 23, verse 97 to 98. Rabbi a'udhu bika min hamazati shayatin wa a'udhu bika rabbi an yadurun.
I seek protection with you against the temptations of the devil.
Thank you. You understand?
Yeah.
Then God will now listen because you are sincerely calling on God to help you. We only call on God when things are beyond us that we cannot do. I give an example. Right now, I have, look, this is my bottle of water. When the water finishes, do I need to call God for water again?
No.
What do I need to do?
You fill it up.
Thank you. I just go to the kitchen, fill it up. It's done. God, I don't need God for this. What I need God for is what is beyond me, my control. Then I call on God. God, please do something. This is beyond me. Then that is when God comes in. He steps in. What is beyond you? Not the things you have seen clearly. When Joseph entered the prison, what did he tell God? Before he entered the prison, what did he tell God? God, I prefer the prison than to be left free in front of this lady, because he knows that the lady might put a snare on him again and she might eventually get him. So he prefers the prison. Look, when you read the chapter of Joseph, when they checked, when they checked the rape charges and they saw the lady pulled the shirt, when they checked, which side did they see the shirt pulled from? Was it not from the back? It was from the back.
Yeah.
Meaning he was running away and she was pulling him and the shirt was ripped. But even though they saw that he was innocent, he was still arrested. Because it is a shameful thing for them to arrest, to rather find a woman as guilty when she is the Potiphar's wife. So they would rather say, Joseph, you are guilty. So come and go to the prison.
Yeah, and he was safe in the prison because he was away from the temptations of the devil.
Thank you. You got it now. Now you're good. You got it.
Yeah.
So this is how to avoid the devil. You understand? So look, I remember this one guy. I know he could be watching me by now. Like, he's a good student of mine. He's watching. He said one time he had a girlfriend, and all the girlfriend thinks about is sex. Every time, sex. So he got tired and he told me, that was a long time, not now, long time ago. Then he told me, man, I seriously want to purify my soul. I want to stay away from this girl. I want to avoid sex. What can I do? And I told him, don't visit her in her apartment. Don't go to her apartment. You can go out with her to eat, have drinks, but don't go to her apartment. Then he said, why? And I said, because when you go there, that is where you end up having the sex. So don't go there. Then he says, what if she wants to come? I said, okay, then don't take her to your place. Tell her you have your friends living at your place now. So don't go there. And he did that, and it worked for him. Right? Then he was telling me, how was I able to deduce that? And I said, that is the wisdom of God. You need to see the traps and avoid the trap. If you see the trap and you are still falling inside, there's no way God is willing to change you now, because now it is your own accord. So in order to avoid the sex from corrupting your soul, what do you need to do? You have to avoid the place that causes the sex. Do you see the solution?
Yeah.
That's it. So without the sex,
Is that?
they parted ways. The lady, so which means she was only using him for sex. They parted ways. And now that I'm talking, he's a married man, he's a blessed man, he lives a happy, good life. You understand? So sometimes you need to spot the trick of the devil and avoid it. So what did the prophet say? In chapter 34, verse 50, he says, Kul indalaltu fa innama adillu ala nafsi. He says, if I should err, I will only err by myself or upon myself or against myself. But if I'm guided, then it is by what my Lord has inspired or revealed to me. So meaning, the idea of God giving us guidance is for us to follow what God says so that we will be guided. If you follow your desires, that is when the trouble comes in.
So isn't that also the point of Siyam?
Yes, that's why we do fasting, the abstinence. You abstain from food and drink and lust.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of wisdom behind what God asks from us.
Yes, whatever God asks you to do is based on wisdom. When he told Adam, refrain from, do not approach the tree, it was based on wisdom. If you understand that, you are friend. That's why God says, do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. It's part of the wisdom God has given. Chapter 17, verse 36. Your last question before we go.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Brother Shaheen, the question you ask is chapter 12, verse 27. When you read from 26 downwards, concerning the story of Joseph, I was telling Brother Shaheen, start from chapter 12, from verse 26 downwards. You see the story there concerning Joseph's shirt being torn from the back when the wife of Potiphar was trying to seduce him. Anyways, thank you, my dear brother. Thank you for calling. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Ramadan Kareem.
Yeah, Ramadan Barak. Peace. Yeah. So I think somebody else called. Let me see if I can pick up it's a Ramadan special, so don't worry. I can stay on YouTube for long a bit before I go.
Hello, Salam Baba.
Wa alaikum salam, my brother. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm calling
Mohammed,
from
right?
India.
Mohammed Sadiq.
Yeah, I'm calling from India. I missed your call earlier because I went to pray, Fajr pray.
Okay, yeah. Oh, wow, it's Fajr. Okay, here is 3 a.m. Oh,
Yes.
so yeah, it's true.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes. How
Can
may
I
I?
ask the question, Baba?
Sure, you can ask.
Yeah, I want to clarify chapter 46, ayat 4.
Chapter.
The Sunni says there are the evidence to trace the hadith in that ayat.
They said, praise which hadith?
Sunnah means earlier Prophet Sunnah.
Okay. So, let's check the verse. I'm going to put the verse on the screen. Let's see if that claim can stand the test of time. So in Quran chapter 46, verse 4, it says, say, have you considered what you invoke besides God? Show me what they have created from the earth. Or do they have partnership in the heavens? Bring me a book before this. It didn't say after this. It said before this. That is the Quran. Bring me a book before this, or traces of knowledge if you should be truthful. So what are they claiming this justifies hadith?
Traces of knowledge. What
Yes.
is the traces of knowledge? Yeah.
Yeah, traces of knowledge means something which is already ahead. You see, when a person walks on the sand, it means he's already walked before you can find the trace of his footsteps. When God was saying traces of knowledge, it means something in the past, not something after the Quran.
Yeah, something in the past.
Thank
so
you.
Why not? They are asking why not now?
Meaning, why not now? Meaning, because God has revealed evidence in the past. God never revealed any book after the Quran. He only revealed things before the Quran. So that is why he is making the claim that bring me a book before this, which justified that statement, or bring me traces of knowledge still in the past, which justify that argument. Because people are claiming to worship other somebody besides God. And people are claiming there's somebody who created the heavens and earth besides God. For instance, Christians are claiming Jesus is the creator.
Yeah.
You understand? So then
Yes.
now God is now saying, or do they have partnership in the heavens? Because Christians are claiming that Jesus is the Son of God. But the same Christians are saying Jesus is not God. Sorry, he's not the Father, but he is the Son. So that means he has partnership with God. So now God is telling them, bring me a book before this, or traces of knowledge if you should be truthful. This is why the Bible is full of contradictions.
Yes.
Especially the New Testament is full of contradictions.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah.
Point.
So that's the point. What's the next question?
Yes. Yeah, that's it for now.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Mohammed says, keep on watching. Thank you for calling.
Yes.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum.
Yeah. Abdul Jalil Ajinir Jinjini is saying that what? Can you give the verses where is Allah? Because in our country, the ulamas are debating where he is. Okay, let me give you a verse where God is. God is everywhere. When somebody says God is in heaven, yes, he's in heaven, he's in the water, he's on the land. God is everywhere. I'm going to give you a verse. In Quran chapter 57, verse 4, this is what God says. God says, yes, thank you very much, brother. God says in this verse, he says, he is the one who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days and then sat firmly on the throne. He knows whatever penetrates into the earth and whatever comes out of it, and whatever descends from the heaven and whatever ascends therein. And he is with you wherever you may be. And God is cognizant of whatever you do. So God is everywhere. God is with me right now in my room, and he's with you watching. He's on the internet, and he's in the heavens, and he's in the water. That's why you cannot fathom, your brain cannot fathom the magnitude of God. You can't understand God unless he makes you understand him. Do you understand? That's why he told Moses, you can't see me. God is everywhere. God never said he is inside you. He never said that. The only thing he said is he blew his spirit into Adam, so his spirit is inside us, but he never said he himself is inside you. No. He is with you, not inside you. Okay. Let me see. Is there somebody who called again? Yeah, Hussein. Sorry, I said I'll call you back. Did I call Hussein? Did I call you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum salam, my brother. Hussein, how are you?
Alhamdulillah. How are you, Baba?
Thanks to God. I'm doing great. Hussein from Australia,
quick
right?
Question. Yes, there's feedback though. It's very annoying.
Really? Is there feedback, or is it from your side? You have a speak out?
No, I don't think so.
Are you calling me from a computer?
From my mobile.
But you are the only one to complain of that. All the callers didn't have that issue.
Okay.
Do you have a headset or earplug to put?
I am on the earplug, yes.
Okay, then if the ear plug is the one causing, maybe take it out and see if it doesn't. Take it out and see if there's a feedback.
Hello, how's this?
Yeah, now can you hear me?
I can still hear you, but it might stop.
Wow, that's strange. Okay, now just put the earplug and put the earplug and talk. Let's see if I can do something here. I don't know. Do anything.
It sounds like your microphone is picking up what I'm saying.
Can you speak? Because I muted the mic from my side. Okay, so now I understand. I'll just put the volume down on this mic so that, let me see. Can you speak now?
Hello. Still a little bit.
Little bit. What about now?
Hello. Yes, I can still hear it. But
okay.
Look, we can continue.
You can talk. Did they say solar calendar?
Did who say?
You said they said what? Solar calendar?
Yes, we are meant to be using a solar calendar.
Where did they get that from? Did they give you evidence?
I think they're quoting the same verses you're quoting.
I don't understand.
With it. I thought I'll just
who is a leader in that argument? Who is a leader? I want to know their leader in the argument.
I don't know the names.
I need a leader. I will extend the dialogue. I want to have a dialogue with the open discussion with the person.
Well, to be honest, this wasn't with any leaders. This was just with people.
No, an idea always stems from somewhere. An idea always stems from somewhere. You get my point?
I get your point, yeah.
So who is the forerunner or front runner of this? Who is the forerunner of this? I want to know, I want to extend hands to have a dialogue, because out of this we have hypocrisy. People will be there throwing tantrums against just because different views. So I would love to have a leader in that. Let's sit down. I have a discussion for everybody to watch so that we know if they are consistent in their claims.
Okay, I'll try and put the effort in and to make that connection.
Yeah. Tell them Baba Shraib wants to have a dialogue, open dialogue. And please tell them not to start doing that kind of thing. Oh, I don't want to go into his platform. He's arrogant. He's this. No. I don't want that crybaby thing type of thing. Yeah, no. Then it shows that they are actually, cowards. I want to have a dialogue with them. We need to let people know the truth. You can't just be on the side and say, Baba Shraib is misleading the people. Oh, I don't agree with him. Fine, you don't agree, it's fine. But come and face me publicly. Let's have a discussion. And I told them I'm going to probe into their claims. For those saying it's equinox, they are going to show me where it's mentioned equinox in the Quran. We are going to go head to toe. I'll probe into every minute detail of claim they make from beginning to end. And I'll make sure they justify the truth to the people. That's all that matters, the truth, not opinions or assumption. I said I want to have a dialogue with the leader in that. So even right now, if I should give you any response, it's just like you will be a mediator just going to pick some details and coming to ask me. You might not be in the position to represent that ideology in full instance, if you get what I mean.
Correct.
So I'll prefer the leader in that idea to come forward. We are going to establish through time and memorial where did the Prophet Muhammad did any fasting in the month of September to say equinox. We will go through every minute detail. Where they got that inch and idea and which calendar are they using? Because the last time I checked, I spoke to some confused person today. He says Ramadan is the 12th month. And I asked him on which calendar. Then he started calling me arrogant. He said, "Oh, you are arrogant." And I said, on which calendar, dude? I will let you know these people are not okay in the head. I will prove that to you. And the reason why I'm telling you, go and tell them I want to have dialogue. You mark it on the wall. None of them will step forward. None. They will just start telling you, "Oh, he's arrogant. I don't want to be on his platform. He just want to do show off." That's a weak ass people. That's all they can keep saying. That's all. We are here to tell people the truth. It's not about jokes. It's not about I think. Oh, Ramadan. Who is forcing you to do Ramadan? Nobody. Don't do it. Equinox, September, Gregorian calendar. Go ahead. The Gregorian calendar you are using, I showed it in the history. According to Julian calendar, when it was edited, it was wrong. Gregorian calendar till today is not consistent. It's supposed to even be 13 months. If you're going to use solar and lunar calendar, supposed to be used 13 months. They try to adjust the days. That's why February has 28 days. That's why some of the months will have 31 days and some will have 30 days. It's an adjustment. So if they say it is equinox, I don't know if they are worshiping the red moon, because equinox, that seems to be what is happening. The red moon. Are they doing any rituals for the red moon? I don't know. But equinox, let's establish that. I want to know which prophet did his fasting in equinox. Where did they get this nonsense from? Please, Hussein, tell them Baba Shraib is up for the debate or dialogue. I'm up for it. But first of all, I want them to come here. Then we probe into the claim for everybody to watch.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell them. And respectfully, it doesn't mean when they come, I'm going to embarrass. No. I don't do that. You saw my dialogue with Brother Hamza Malik, even though we don't agree, but it was respectful. You saw my dialogues whenever I give somebody, as long as the person has the sound brain, not somebody who has heebie-jeebies. Like the last time you saw what Mega Mind came and do on my platform. I want somebody who has a sound mind. Don't bring me a drug addict or confused person or somebody drinking alcohol or something. Bring me somebody who is sound-minded. Let's have a back and forth dialogue, respectfully. I want to probe into their claims. How did they come about with the equinox thing? And I want them to prove to me where Prophet Muhammad followed, which calendar did he follow? Remember, the internet is a place where people can just open up a platform and tell their opinions and views and whatever have you. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
There's no restriction that. Do you know the only way you can restrict people on the internet? Have debate and dialogues with them publicly for everybody to see the nonsense. The moment they start giving excuses, they avoid the debate and dialogues, then you know what they're up to. That is the devil setting up another community. Yeah, I'm telling you for a fact. If they want to start giving you excuses and say, "Oh, I don't want to go to his platform because he's arrogant," tell them which Quran alone follower did I ever face one-on-one and I'm biased or arrogant towards or I look down upon. I've never done that. I even give mushriks the chance to express themselves on my platform. And you think I cannot give a Quran alone follower a chance to explain himself? So tell them to come. Let's establish the truth. They should stop crying like babies and out of the. I don't want to go to his platform. He's arrogant and he's brother. your next question. Let's go. Ask me your next question.
Okay. So this is just my observation.
Mm-hmm.
When you say the Prophet must have used an calendar.
Yes, he used. The Battle of Badr can be traced on a calendar and a date, and it's second year after Hijri. That was when the Battle of Badr was fought.
So are we using history?
I'm only mentioning calendar. I didn't mention history for you. Everything I mentioned is found in the Quran. The Battle of Badr is in the Quran. Chapter 3, verse 122 to 123. Badr is there. The fighting which happened in that time is there. The day which that happened, Quran chapter 8, verse 41, is there. God told the believers to remember what he revealed to his servant on the day the two parties met. Every history is in the Quran. I'm only giving you a date. Nowhere did the Quran say I cannot go and check a date of an event. I'm talking about history. Quran gives you history, but dates of events, there's no problem with finding dates.
Okay, because look, when I listen to you, and I've also, sorry, just the feedback is really
okay. Yeah. So which part of the claim seems like an assumption? How many years is the mainstream Muslim calendar now? Have you ever done the equation of tracing it back to 0 to 1?
all the way back
I
to
never
622
mentioned 2000. The calendar is not even in the year 2000. It's 1440 something now. I'm saying, have you ever done the homework of tracing it back to when it was started from, counted from 1?
Looking at when certain figures came about in our tradition.
So that is when I would tell you, you are rather depending on history. You are reading history to get confused because you are part of the people who are telling you that Umar invented the calendar. Umar did this. You believe that. You never verified to scrutinize when you can scrutinize Hadith books and other things. But you are scrutinized. You never tried to scrutinize the sources you are reading to come up with your claims. I never said that. I'm saying you are of the line. You are in line with people who are saying Umar invented the Hijri calendar. True or false?
I guess yes.
Thank you. In which year did he invent the Hijri calendar?
When he was ruling, so not too long ago.
In which year?
Well, 622 is when they say it starts.
622, common era.
Correct.
Thank you. The Prophet, which year did he die?
13 years or something after that.
After what?
622.
After 622. So the Prophet was still there with Umar. True or false?
True.
Thank you.
That's
so
when he
how
was
can
up,
Umar
yes.
have a calendar? The Prophet is alive and he's not using the calendar. Now answer me. Does it make sense?
Well, I mean, the short answer is no.
It doesn't make sense. Thank you. So who is now making the claim that Umar invented the calendar? I want to know the source. Who made that claim?
Honestly, I don't know.
Thank you. So tell me and those party questioning the narrative, who is assuming now? Because I have a lecture where I gave the breakdown of the calendar with the evidence, with the proof, with the backing up everything I said. The other party are telling you Baba Shrib is rather assuming. Now, me and them, who is rather assuming when they are claiming Umar was the one who invented? And yet you ask them, where did you get this information from?
Okay.
You see, Brother Hussein, this is why I want people who are forerunners or the frontline people in those arguments to approach Baba Shrib for open discussion and dialogue. This is what will make sense to everybody watching. This is where the audience will understand. Why I say the things I say. If you speak the truth and nobody can challenge you, there's a problem. And if people are challenging you, there should be a battleground where the challenge should happen. This is why when Moses went to face Pharaoh, he asked him to fix a date where they can have a challenge. Is that not it?
Correct.
And I'm saying, if Baba Shrib sits on his platforms to make a claim, where is the best place to face Baba Shrib?
On your platform.
Thank you. So let them accept the invite. Let's come and have the dialogue. So everybody will watch. Then I'll ask them the questions. Where are they getting their information from? The sources. Then I'm going to ask them questions for you to watch and witness if they know what they're saying. Is it not madness? No, is it not madness to say Umar invented something, but yet the Prophet is alive at that time? And you agree with when the Prophet died, and the calendar still clearly shows you when he died. And then you are saying Umar invented it. Prophet is there. So which one was the Prophet using? Is using Gregorian calendar? There was no Gregorian calendar at his time. It was Julian calendar at this time. Then how come you, the ones who are confused now, are using Gregorian? This is September equinox. The calendar you are using in Gregorian is even wrong. Yes, it's Gregorian calendar is wrong. And I gave this breakdown in my lecture. I have it on my YouTube. Look, let me tell you that they don't even know the year Umar invented the calendar. According to the assumptions they are having, the statements are not even accurate. Some people will tell you Umar invented the calendar in the year 638 Common Era. Some people will tell you exactly. Look in the comment section on my TikTok. It's too, unfortunately, you cannot see. Somebody says Umar established the calendar in 639. That's what they said. Then, if you have the Battle of Badr, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you an assignment right now. Everybody watching, please, I want you to search for the date of the Battle of Badr on the internet and check both the Hijri calendar and then the Common Era calendar, which date it will give you. They said Umar invented the Hijri calendar in the year 17th year after Hijr. That is 638 or 639 Common Era. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, I want all of you to search the Battle of Badr, bring me the dates, both the Common Era and then the Hijr calendar. Bring me the dates right now. I'm watching. And let's see if those people can stand the test of time. If they are watching, I know they watch me anyways. Please, anybody watching, search it right now. The Battle of Badr, search me the date, both the common era and the Hijri calendar. Which year was it?
2 Hijri, 624 common era.
Thank you. Which year did they say Umar invented the calendar? They say 638, 639.
Yes, they say 17.
Thank you.
18.
Thank you. And then Battle of Badr is when?
624.
Thank you.
2.
Now check the Hijr calendar date of that, but the fight. Which date was it in the Hijr calendar? In the Hijr calendar. The Battle of Badr in the Hijr calendar. Which date was it?
17th of Ramadan, 2 Hijri is what it says.
Thank you. That is the second year after Hijr. The Battle of Badr happened. So now the question to the confused people is, which calendar was Prophet Muhammad using?
They're going to say Hijri.
Then please put those nonsense people aside. If they are going to say Hijr, then it means they are not okay in the head when they say Umar invented the calendar. Prophet Muhammad used a calendar with a month called Muharram, because Surah Al Tawbah justifies that. It gives you the answer. The Qur'an is the criterion. How can these people claim they are following the Qur'an and they are upholding garbage stories to pass their judgments? Why are they even upholding the nonsense in the historical books telling them Umar invented? So they believe in Hadith then? Or Umar, so they believe that, right? Where did they get the statement from? That Umar invented the calendar. Where did they get it from? I want to know.
Well, it's from the established history.
Thank you. That's Hadith. So they believe in Hadith, right?
But then they're going to say the question to you, Baba, is how do you know the Prophet, used Hijri?
I did a lecture on that. Please tell them to go and watch. I have it in my Siam series. I give the breakdown of the calendar. That's how I know. So tell them if they can disprove that, I'm open for a dialogue. You get the point?
Yes.
Yeah. If they are up for the dialogue, I'm up for it. They should come forward. I need the one who is at the forefront of that argument, so that we have a dialogue. Because we want people to know the truth. It's not about assumption. It's not about sitting on the backside and throwing stones in the glass houses. Thank you, Abu Suleiman. Should Quran define what swine is? Yes, that's some Quran alone followers. That's what they think. If Quran mentions swine, it has to define swine. If it mentions Ramadan, it has to define Ramadan. If it mentions Maryam, they have to know the meaning of Maryam. Anyways, Hussein, if you have another question, just ask me before I go. I'm almost heading to 4 hours. Yeah.
Let's head over to TikTok and have something.
Yeah, I'll go to TikTok from now.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you very much, Hussein. God bless you.
Assalamu
How do you call it? Abu Suleiman says, same for Ramadan, no need to define it enough. Exactly. There are certain things you don't need to define. It's there. Why do you need to define? You just need to read the context of what God is saying. It's not about defining that word. Some people are just bozofied in the head. I'm sorry to say, they might be Quran alone followers, but they're claiming, but they're confused. Especially those coming with the heebie-jeebies type of understanding. They said salat means flying or eating and something. Waste of time. Anyways, I need them for a dialogue. Let them have some balls and come. Let's have a one-on-one dialogue. And stop saying, Baba Shaib, your platform, you do this. I'm waiting for you. I will mess you up. Confused entities. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I'm jumping to TikTok. This is Baba Shaib, the correctional officer. Please, some of you to stop being keyboard warriors. I'm here. Come, call the number. Look, this is the number. You think I'm here only for the mushriks? I'm here for some of you confused Quran alone followers also. I'm not only here for mushriks. Let me show you something. This is the phone number. +358 466 803144. Please call. If you are a Quran alone follower who is going to fast in September, please call me right now. If you are a Quran alone follower who said we are in the 12th month of Ramadan, please call right now. If you are a Quran alone follower who said Umar invented the Hijri, please call me right now. If you are a Quran alone follower who said Ramadan is not the correct date for Ramadan and you are going to use Gregorian, you are confused. You are actually a Catholic. Quran. You are a Catholic Quran alone follower. Call me right now if you have balls and see how I'll make you fool yourselves. With the foolishness of standing on the side saying nonsense. Baba Shaib is here. You come first, face to face. Let me let the world see your nonsense. You are part of the reason the mushriks are attacking us, thinking that we are confused. We don't know what we are doing. Come. +358 466 803144. I have 20 minutes to jump to TikTok. Please call me. If you are a Quran alone follower, you said this Ramadan is wrong. All I need you to do is come and establish the truth. I don't need that nonsense BS. You people who sit on some platforms and be spewing some nonsense out of hypocrisy. Right? So please call and come and disprove Baba Shaib and make your claim. Prove to us which calendar did Prophet Muhammad use. It's simple. This is not a big fight. Come and prove to us which calendar did Prophet Muhammad use. I'm waiting. I just saw your message. Wow. Okay. So when this guy called, when Hussein called, it seems when I mute him from my microphone, people could not hear what he was saying. Yeah. So unfortunately, I think in the playback will reveal that. When I put the playback, people will get to hear it. Right? When I put the playback, people will get to hear it. Somebody is calling me direct call to +233. I prefer the person calling me on that. Salam, can you call me on WhatsApp? Can you call me on WhatsApp?
Okay, no lie.
Guys, I'm picking my last caller, then I leave, right? Zabuta Buta, if you say before Islam didn't start with Prophet Muhammad, please. Who is calling? Calling here, calling there. Who is actually calling me? I'm having two calls at the same time, and I don't know which one is which. Two calls at the same time. You see? A call coming here, a call coming there. I don't know. Yeah, Barbie, if you rewatch the program on the playback on YouTube, that part, I guess you get to see it, okay?
Hello.
Huh? Salam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that nephew? You just called, right?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, now if you bali fi kaya kaya Hausa, you can speak Hausa, no problem.
Okay. Ni abin da nake so tambaya duka ne ya kamar musulmai na sun fi ci da yan Saudiyan nan.
That is your question, right? Question kakawa kenan. Okay, the brother is asking that he doesn't understand why the Muslims around the world seems to be following what the Saudi have to say or what Saudi does. Problem nani mutani, like people think Islam comes from the Saudi Arabia. That is the problem. Mutani na samani Islam da kansha musulunci na wurin yifto. In the problem yake kenan. Nephew, your side, wanganga network, wangana kiki is another sound. There's a sound in your call. There's a feedback. Kaka duba TV. Kana magana da nika mute the television. Don't watch the television. Mute the TV. Mute-ish. Then you can talk to me. Sheka magana da ni. Kana kan call kaka duba, kaka ji da TV. Yeah?
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
I'm listening. Yeah? Okay, jiya ka kama she waye ce maka an gan wata.
To gaskiya dai ba ce an ga wata ba.
Okay. So the brother is saying that he started fasting yesterday, even though they didn't tell him they found the moon, the crescent yet, but he just started. Me yasa ka fara? He said he's also started fasting because all his household, everybody was fasting, so he also has to fast. Okay. Okay. Amma kana da sani kaman Allah ya ce chapter 17 verse 36 wala taqfu ma laysa laka bihi kaka bi abin da baka da ilimin shi. Do not pursue that of which you have no knowledge. Are you aware of that? Ka san wannan ko? Okay. He says he did it out of ignorance. But abin ne kamar cika sa. Kaje me? Okay, that's good. You have to learn. He said that's why he wants to learn. Na the videos na nai batu wannan duka na explain duka. Kagani, it's about time we stop doing things just because we see people doing. It's wrong. You need to know what you are doing. According to God in Islam, you need to have knowledge. You need to know. You don't need to do things out of ignorance. Right? So when you see people doing things, you need to ask, why are you doing this? Do you have evidence? If they don't have evidence, don't follow them. If they have evidence, fine. Then you take the evidence and practice. Yeah. Kagani.
Okay.
She's out. Yes. Canada. Yeah.
Batun salatin nan kuma important thing nan ke to gane duka kenan.
Batun salat dai I know the video. Na ce maka if you go to my YouTube channel, I have the salat video there. Ka san YouTube channel na?
Ina da duka na follow ka kan komai Instagram ma na follow ka.
Okay. She's a focus on YouTube. YouTube, kaje playlist. Go to the playlist. You see Salat series where you have everything about the Salat there. It's there.
Okay.
So go there and check. Then you can study. You can learn. You can study for yourself. Salam, my sister Rukaya. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Bagud, yeah. Okay, stay tuned. Keep on watching. Salam alaikum. Wa salam. Yeah. So here. Yeah, salam. Your name and where you're calling from?
Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you. Your name and where you're calling
Buffalo. Daryl Black.
Your name is
I'm calling from
Darrell?
Buffalo, New
Darrell Black from
Yeah,
Buffalo.
Yeah, because let me move the TV because
You can mute the TV. Mute it.
yeah, I just did. So,
Okay, that was good.
yeah,
How,
brother.
yeah.
I'm getting I'm in Buffalo, New York, and it's real cloudy here.
Okay.
And it's going to be that way the next few days.
Yeah, so you are supposed to use the tracker.
I know how to sight the moon.
Yeah.
But they forecasting that it's going to be cloudy for the next few days.
Now then you have to depend on the tracker.
So don't wait. Do I wait till I sight the moon?
No, you don't need to wait. For yours, there's an inconvenience. You don't have to wait. The tracker will show you that eventually the moon appeared, but you cannot see it. So yeah, you can commence the next day.
Oh yeah. I'm glad because I've been waiting because they're fasting here, the mosque is, but I'm not trying to follow them.
Of course, you don't need to practice things out of ignorance. You need to know what you're practicing. So you need to be certain of what you follow.
Yeah, so I can go ahead and fast.
Yeah, you can do that. The next day you can start. Yeah.
Yeah, brother, I found out about you about 2 years ago, and I've been watching your videos every day nonstop.
Wow. Wow.
You and God Muhammad.
Oh yeah, Muhammad from God. Do you enjoy my accent?
Yeah, Muhammad from. But I like yours. I like y'all too because you quote verse.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And your brain is incredible because I noticed that you don't even have the Quran open. And you know these, no matter the topic, you got a verse in your head already to answer the question.
That's a gift of God. Yeah, God gave me that gift. Yes.
Yes, it is, brother. And I'm glad you explained me the difference between a messenger and a prophet. So to me, you are a messenger.
No doubt.
Like you said, anybody that
spreads
the word.
No doubt. You are on point like that. I do have a lot of people who actually testify to that. The reason why I'm not in the position to be saying that out loud because people don't understand the difference between a messenger and a prophet.
They are twisted.
Yeah, people are twisted. They don't understand. They think when you say you are a messenger, it means you are a prophet. That's what they think. So
yeah, right. It is a difference.
Yeah.
No, I distinguish between the two because of the way, but you explain stuff in detail. So, but people just don't want, me and my wife, we only follow Quran now.
MashaAllah, that's great. That's a great.
Yeah, I got both of your books. I got the Quran and the book you had before.
Refer to the Quran. Yes, refer to the Quran. That's the book.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was thinking of adding a third book. I put it on the side because of the AI. The AI has messed up everything. So I put.
Yes. Are you planning on doing a Quran with a larger print?
Yes.
When that come out, I won't get it.
Yeah.
Right now I'm using a PDF on my laptop.
Yeah, the PDF. Oh no,
which is good.
The hard copy was supposed to be even available last week, but then they've shifted it to next week. So God will, I should be having it by the beginning of next week. It's supposed to be this week, but there was a delay because
where the print is bigger.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, because I have I got your Quran. I got the great Quran.
Yeah, but
the print is so small I have to use.
I'm talking about the hard copy, the big one.
Right, I got the hard copy.
Then you should be using this kind of glasses. Oh, sorry, not this kind of glasses. I have the magnifier. You see?
Oh, you do have one?
Yeah. Sometimes, there are some people who ordered it and I added the magnifier for them. Usually pertaining to when they make a special request. There's a magnifier like this. And apart from this, there's another type of magnifier that I send to people randomly. Just a second. I think I have it somewhere. Okay, the other one I kept it somewhere. I don't know. Is it inside this one or?
Yeah, because I'm watching you now about the Ramadan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching your video on that now.
Yeah, I do have the videos on Ramadan, and I spoke about almost all the issues that has to do. I do have the magnifier. It's more like a flat this thing you put in the middle, to separate and use. Right.
Yeah, you got the message to the Umar.
Yeah, sure. That is what I'm doing, because see, we have a medium of reaching out to people no matter where they are, as long as they have access to the internet. And this never happened in any era of a time of people. It never happened in the time of any prophet, any messenger in the past. We are lucky.
See your numbers are growing.
Yes, thanks to God. God is in control, has made that possible, because people need to listen to the message. It needs to get to the people at all costs, right?
Right, exactly.
The feeling. Look, let me give you an example. When I go to Ghana, with the help of God and the help of people around me, people who watch me and they support what I do, we are able to feed close to 140, 150 people whenever I go to Ghana. Right?
Seen that.
Yes. Now let me tell you one amazing thing about it. When I go, usually I go myself. I go into the suburban areas to go and the slums to go and meet the old people. I go into their houses, into their rooms. Now, guess what? There could be an old lady that I'll go to, and she never ever assumed or thought somebody will come looking for her to the extent of giving her food worth of items and and money. She never imagines that, right? So now I go there, I go into the room, I go down. Sometimes I go down, and then she'll be like, "No, it's too dirty here. Don't." I'm like, "No, who cares? Let me talk to you. I can go down. It doesn't matter. This is just the jeans and pants. It will go dirty. I'll wash it out. Don't worry." So I'll go down, talk to them. Then she's amazed. Number one, when you are coming from the diaspora, or you're coming from Europe or America, United States, and you come to Africa, people in Africa see you as a big deal. And secondly, when you are coming actually to show them, to show your generosity to them, to help them, to feed them, to do the work of God for them, the cause of God, it's kind of mind-boggling for them when they are looking at you thinking they are nobodies, and you have the need to come and help them, and even come to their rooms. Many a times the rich people in Africa, this is what they do. I'll tell you what they do. And a lot of people watching me from Africa will tell you this. Look, if they want to feed old people, do you know what they do? They tell all the old people, can you come out of your houses? Come outside. Come and make a queue.
Right. And some of them ain't able to.
Exactly. Some of them cannot come out. I tell you, when I go into those houses to see the old people, there is no way some old people can come out to see me. There's no way.
Right.
So me chasing them is kind of an amazement for them. They are like, how on earth? I'm in my room and you are able to come and find me? Now, this is how I want the message of God to reach people wherever they are in the world. And this is what I'm praying for. So I've had people from places that I never imagined I would even know somebody from, but they are watching.
Yes.
So that's amazement.
Kareem is.
Yeah, Kareem.
From Buffalo, New York.
Kareem, is it Kareem? Louis Kareem?
Yeah, that's we're personal friends.
Kareem is a brother, man. I love Kareem.
Yeah,
he's a brother. I love Kareem.
Him and Ireland. I really enjoyed your dialogue you had with the Christian lady in Ghana.
Yeah. Mommy Grace. Mommy Grace. She's kind of.
Yeah, I watched both of your. I watched both of your sit downs.
Yeah.
Part 1 and part 2.
That's amazing. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, man, that was real good. I really like because she's open-minded.
She is open to listen to everything. Yeah.
Yeah, man, she was amazed by the stuff you were saying.
She's always amazed.
Especially when you was telling her
yeah,
the difference between the Quran and Hadith.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I love you, man. I love watching. I get up every morning. I get up and watch your videos.
Wow. It's kind of
a lot of stuff that's on my mind. You already got it recorded.
Yeah, I do.
Watch your old ones.
Yeah, I do have it. Especially, look, I tell people watching that a lot of the, if you want to have a lot of gems from what I said, go to my old videos. My old videos, I was actually lecturing people, right? In my old videos, I was actually doing lectures. I go point to point to point.
You actually taught me how to read the Quran the right way, because I've been a Muslim for 31 years, and I always read the Quran like a book. But when you said to read it slowly, verse by verse,
yeah.
And when I started doing it, I realized that it's actually Allah explaining the book.
Yeah.
So you got to look at it from that aspect, as God's talking to you directly through the Quran.
Exactly. You have God directly talking to you.
Go to an outside source.
Obviously.
You taught me how to use the previous prophets and messengers as examples, and apply it to today, to get an answer for a question that you got.
Yes.
To their example. I never knew that. Even when I came up, it's because of you. I found out, but I always thought Bakari was one of the prophets' companions. I didn't know he came 200 years after he died.
Yes.
I never knew that.
Yes.
So now
200 years.
I can't. I only use the Hadith for the Quran. The Hadith from man-made Hadiths, I don't follow them at all. And I'm trying to convince my family, because I got sisters, nieces that's in Sunni Muslims, and they like, you tell them you only follow the Quran, they act like you following the satanic verses.
Exactly.
They don't even want to talk. They get so scared and tear. You're not following the prophet? I said, I am following him. The prophet only had the Quran.
They think the prophet is the Hadith. That's how they've been taught.
Yeah, it's amazing. And they shut down. They don't even want to talk to you.
Yeah.
But my whole life, I just turned 69. And I've always been open-minded.
Yeah. No, it's
easy
good
for me. Kareem Lewis is the one initially that introduced me to Quran only.
Yeah.
And I went to three of his at his father's house. I went there 3 times, and I actually got scared and I stopped going because I was so indoctrinated with the Sunni stuff. But I don't know, one morning, Allah knew that I'm always looking for the truth. And I hadn't seen him in 2 years, but I got up one morning, I sat up on the side of the bed, and it just said, I just grabbed my phone and I typed in Quran versus Hadith. And that's when I that's how I found you. When I did that. Because I did it on YouTube. And you came up, and the first time I seen your video, I was hooked. From the first video I seen of you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that, man.
And that's when I found out Bakari was a Persian.
Yeah, he's a Persian.
And all the Persians is the ones that wrote Hadith. It wasn't even Arabs that wrote it.
It wasn't Arabs, yeah. It wasn't.
But I mean, y'all learn so much stuff listening to you, man. I feel
it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
I didn't die a Sunni Muslim.
MashaAllah, alhamdulillah. God bless you, brother. I appreciate you very much for calling on. I
subscribe to you.
Yeah, of course. You subscribe, you can watch.
Yeah, but I mean that's neither here nor there. But yeah, brother, I love your work.
I appreciate that. I need to pick up. I I need to pick up one more last caller before I come to an end. So stay tuned. Keep on watching.
Go ahead, brother. I just appreciate you that I got a hold to you.
I appreciate you, bro. God bless you. One love. And you say, extend my greetings to your wife. I know she'll be watching the playback. So greetings to her also. God bless her. Ramadan Kareem
she
to
gonna
you.
be shot when I told her I was talking to you.
Please show her the part. Show the part we were having an exchange. I appreciate you, bro. God bless you. Peace. Yes, Valdete, you are welcome. Peace to you. How are you? Long time. So there was a brother who called. Let me see. Which brother is this? This could be my last caller. I need to go to TikTok, right? Why is it not ringing?
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Wa alaikum assalam, my brother. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name's Suleiman from Birmingham.
Suleiman?
Yeah, from Birmingham.
From Birmingham. How may I help you? You could be my last caller because I've done 4 hours stream. It's too long.
Okay. I have a question for you, brother.
Okay.
You see in ayah number 2, Surah 2, and it's verse 187, yeah? And it speaks about Ramadan. In that verse, does it mention anything about food or drink?
Which verse? 187?
Yeah, 187.
It mentioned eating and drinking, yes. It mentioned eat.
Okay, no. So I said, does it mention food or drink anywhere in that verse?
You mean food itself? It doesn't mention food itself. No, food itself, it doesn't mention.
Food. Okay, so in the verse, does it mention or does it imply sexual intimacy with your wife?
Yeah, it mentions. Yeah.
It mentions that, yeah?
Yes.
So does it mention food or drink anywhere in the verse?
It doesn't mention food. I just answered you. Why are you repeating yourself? Okay. I said it mentioned.
No, just to clarify.
It mentioned eating. Okay. It mentioned drinking.
Okay,
but
so
wait. Let me clarify. It mentioned eat as a verb. It mentioned drink as a verb, but it doesn't mention food as a noun. It doesn't mention drink as a noun.
Okay, so you say it mentions eat as a verb, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so the verb is not actually eat, it's consume.
How do you know that?
Because if you go to the following verse, 188, yeah, it says, do not consume the property of orphans ignorantly.
How do you say
and it? Uses the same word, which is kulu.
And then
consume.
And where's drink in that verse? 188. Where's drink?
It doesn't say drink. In verse 187, it says washrabu, which doesn't mean drink. It means to fulfill your desires.
Thank you. Have you studied Arabic before?
Yeah.
Thank you. How do you say eat in Arabic?
Akalo.
Okay, so that comes.
No. Eat is kulu.
Okay.
No, actually, no, it's akala.
Yeah, akala. If you are talking about you eat. If he eats. If you are saying
consume is kulu.
Oh wait. Wait. The kulu is in the plural form. It's talking to the plural sense of people. It's in the plural form. That's why it says kulu. Because you can wait.
It still means to consume, though.
Waity
doesn't mean eat.
Wait. Mm-hmm. If I'm eating food, I'm still consuming. If I'm eating food, I still use the word consuming. I'm consuming this food.
Yeah.
You need to understand context. It is what follows.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why I asked you,
brother.
Food
wait.
In the verse.
Hello.
No.
Hello. Wait. Listen to a conversation.
We've established the context.
Hello.
There's no food in the
verse.
Bro, you're just shouting over me.
Yes, I said listen. If
I'm trying to explain myself.
I said I'm
The
talking
context in the Quran.
Hello.
Are you gonna let me finish? Bro?
Hello.
Bro, come on.
Hello. I'm talking. You interrupted me. Be respectful. I'm talking. Waity. I'm talking. I said wait. For God's sake. Are you okay in the head?
I'm very okay.
Then I'm talking. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh my God. Are you married? Oh, for God's sake. I'm talking. Allow me to finish. Then you can. I'll let you talk.
Okay, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
said,
Establish the context,
I asked you a
go ahead.
simple thing.
Yeah.
You came asking a question you repeated twice. It seems the answer I was giving you were not even listening because you want to be so right. That's why you came on. And guess what?
I want to be right.
Yes, you want to be right. That's why you came on. So now you wanting to be right. Do you know? I'm talking about you now. I say you want to be right. That's why you came on. It's not like you came to ask me a question to be enlightened about anything. You came to argue. So when you are arguing, you be rest assured the person.
Ask a question.
Can I finish talking? Mike, for God's sake.
Yeah.
When you come to argue, you should be able to listen to a person finish his arguments, then you take over. That's how conversation works.
Okay.
So if I'm talking now, I'm trying to let you understand. Do you know what context is?
Yes.
Okay. So the context, if you are dealing with a predicate in a sentence, so for instance, when you have a verb and you have another subject coming with a verb, you have to understand that subject or that object mentioned with the verb. Is it an action coming with it, or is it something describing the verb there? If you said it means consume, and I'm telling you, I can be eating food and I still use the word consume.
Of course you can. Yeah.
Thank you. So now, you just said the 87, does it mention food? I said no.
Yeah.
Does it mention drink? And I told you not as a noun, but as a verb. So now your point is,
verb. Where it mentions a drink
wait,
in 187.
Wait.
It mentions drink.
It mentioned drink as a verb. Are you even listening? That's why I asked you, do you understand Arabic?
Which word?
So you don't know Arabic?
Which word? Because washrabu doesn't mean drink. It means to fulfill. It means to fulfill your desire.
Thank you.
You know, to consume your thirst.
Thank you.
So it doesn't mean a literal drink.
Oh, thank you.
I studied Arabic.
Thank you. Oh, my brother, don't worry. In Arabic, you said you studied Arabic, right? In Arabic, if you want to say drink, how do you say it?
Bro, it's irrelevant.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Because you know why?
Please, please, answer me. If in Arabic, if I want to say drink, how do I say it?
I don't know.
Brother, are you married? Are you married?
No.
You need to go and get married. Have a nice day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Baba Shrike for you, Correctional Officer. Going to TikTok now. The hard disk is kaput. He said, I'm asking him a question. He says it's irrelevant. I'm asking you, say you studied Arabic. Tell me, how do you say drink in Arabic? He said that is irrelevant. The Arabic he knows is from Temu. I'm telling you. This guy who called, the Arabic he knows is from Temu. When a person comes to in an argument and wants to be right so bad, there's a problem. Because the person is not on the end to listen. He's on the end to argue because he wants to be right. This is why I put him in that spot. And this is how they will keep embarrassing themselves throughout in front of the correctional officer. Because in front of the correctional officer, if we have to do back and forth, for you to be humble yourself, let's have a discussion, I will mess you up when you come with arrogance. Please, when you come, allow me to make a point. Don't stop interrupting me. Why are you scared for correctional officers to speak? Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, 4 hours is good. Mhm. I'm telling you, look, you see those people coming, like this guy who just called, it's a waste of time. I intentionally asked him if he has studied Arabic because there's a point I was going to. Those people will keep making a fool out of themselves every time. Then at the end of the day, they will go on the side and go and cry foul. You understand? Then you say, oh, Baba Shaib, I came to your platform. You didn't allow me to speak, but you don't follow protocols. You come to somebody's house. He says, listen. Then we have a conversation. The person doesn't want to listen. He wants to just keep throwing his tantrums, his words to you. But allow me to speak. What? Dude, I speak, you speak. That's how it works. I finish, you take over. I ask you a question, you answer. If I ask you a question, you say it's irrelevant. Where is the conversation going again? There's no discussion with you. You are a waste of time. Go and learn some Arabic and come and argue. Don't go and listen to this mega hypocrite and then you think you have a case. I'm waiting for all of you. Don't worry. No, there's no way his wife will handle that. If he is married, she will divorce him the next day. With this attitude, he's not willing to listen. Valdete, you know how women want somebody to listen to them? There's no way this guy wants to listen to his wife. He wants to be right. The woman cannot survive. Yes, Zabuta Buta, that's the kind of people. He wants to be right. He doesn't want to be listening. Right? So he doesn't know about are you married arguments. That's why I pulled that card for him. I forgot his name. He mentioned his name. He said what? What name did he mention? What is his name? Go and get married again, please. And learn with your wife, you can practice how to have a conversation and listen instead of trying to be right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, Ramadan Mubarak. We are in the month of Ramadan now. Some people started yesterday, some people will start today, some people will start the next. So God bless you all. Appreciate the months. Study more of the Quran. Try to know what it says. Work on it. Get closer to God. Do your best. We cannot be perfect. We can do our best. So try your best. And be appreciative. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is Correctional Officer Baba Shaib. I've done 4 hours of the stream. I don't know if I might trim the beginning parts, the shoutouts part, so it might be left with 3 hours something. So I'll leave it on YouTube for you to enjoy. But then I'm going to TikTok, right? So you can join me on TikTok for the rest of the segment. I have 2 hours more on TikTok to go, right? So yeah, join me on TikTok, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you all. Valdete, thank you for coming. It's unusual of you. Valdete, you don't appear this you just lost your way. Yes, thank you, JS Jian. Thank you, the Silent Baba. Thank you, all of you. Zingo staff. He says staff. He says, Baba, you go. Can you please explain verse 287? I'm going to TikTok. Please, can you join me on TikTok? I'll explain that part. I don't want my YouTube videos crossing 4 hours. It's boring. It's tiring for the people to watch. That's why I don't like my videos reaching 4 hours. So please join me on TikTok. Let me continue on that part. You can ask me the question that you want to ask. Join me on TikTok. Let's do that. Right? So yeah, I'll check it. Let me see. Valdete on Snap. Usually I don't respond regularly on Snap. Let me see. Yeah, guys, I'm ending now. So see you on TikTok. God bless you all. For those who cannot be on TikTok, it's quite unfortunate. I see you, my brother Bilal Jibril. Salam to you. Thank you all, guys. Hopefully, I might be doing a Saturday special for Ramadan. So today is when I'm already in Thursday. I will hopefully be doing a Saturday special. So anticipate. I'll be on TikTok. And let's see, because according to the sectarians, the devils have been chained during the Ramadan, but they end up being the devils themselves. So yeah, I'm going to deal with some of the sectarians, obviously, on Saturday. Right. So guys, this is Correctional Officer Baba Shrive. I bring this topic to an end, and hasta la vista. Always give them a reason to remember your name. The Correctional Officer.